Okay, guys, okay. We have another morning stream, the first of this morning. Things have not crashed twice, I promise. Welcome all to a new morning stream. And let's boot the game. There's a plugin update I just did, and I now uninstall that plugin. It's not the height tracker one, it's a different one. But basically, I think that is what's causing the crashes. Yeah, no, I don't know what's going on. But I also know I don't have time for it. I don't have time for things crashing. I have to climb. So, I just deleted the plugin. Let's hope it works. It is the weirdest thing though. Because open planet plugins should not cause an entire system to fail. And yet, it has been. For me. It's very strange. 1 second. I'm at 116 hours if you haven't kept up for a few days. I have fallen 12 times in total. And I am currently basically tied for 3rd place. We have 5 people that have reached floor 11 and only 1 person who's reached floor 12. But the jump on floor 11 is one that has been stopping us all, basically. Really weird upside down glider movement. But okay, in game, let's just boot before things go wrong and then just start driving. Usually when I start driving and I don't touch things, things go perfectly. So we're gonna get in, deep tip campaign, deep tip 2. Let's begin. And I think we might have survived the part where things can crash. What a beautiful map. What a beautiful map. Let's hope for a beautiful day of climbing too. If anything, guys, if we can have a positive outlook on this, hear me out. Stream crashing, or my PC crashing rather, means I am forced to restart it. So now, it should be as fresh as possible. Like a ripe fruit. Like I can't postpone restarting it when the entire thing crashes. So now, you know, it doesn't get better than this. Turn it on and off again. What is this new icon? What? Just a profile picture. I don't restart, but I do update. But see, this is the thing, and I hate talking about the same things over and over again, unless they're pyramids. I just need something that doesn't break. And every time I introduce a new update, things breaks. It happened with the drivers, it happened with the plugin, it happened with this plugin. I don't know why, but like just keeping things the same way they always have been at the cost of a little bit slowness. As long as things just work, like I need something reliable. I need to be able to sit down and just hit go live and play my game. For a regular user of a PC, they might want to squeeze performance, but I don't have time. There's thousands of people waiting for me to play this game. Introducing something unknown and something that can crash is just trouble. It's trouble when I need to be so consistent. 77 heart rate is unrealistic. You're gonna see it go a lot higher. A lot higher. Or lower. Depending on whether or not Boeing give me a message. But probably higher. Can you breathe really quick to see how quick it will go? Yes, but then I will get lightheaded. And as you can see by my picture, I'm not a very lightheaded person. So I don't know if I'll be in my right environment. To perform. Up. Did you eat a pyramid? Maybe that's what we should do. People keep asking merch when. Maybe we do something like what Pokimane did, but we make pyramid treats, pyramid snacks. Pyramid-shaped cookies. That's just Toblerone? Okay. You know what? That is Toblerone. Bonk up today? Maybe. Oh, it's been 4... Oh, wow. It's been soon 2 weeks. That's so insane. Two weeks of Deep Dip 2. Guys, if you had to predict the date that someone will finish this map, what would you say now? After 14 days, we're on floor 12, and only one guy's gotten there. Predict the date itself. I'm seeing so many June. You might not even be that wrong, unfortunately. But just because that date is far away doesn't mean we shouldn't try every day. That's in fact how we're gonna get there. May 2025? Holy. I could have gone direct here, but... Maybe floor 11's the hardest, Kappa. Virtual, can you tell us about Jean-Pierre Houdin? I can tell you a lot about him. Great man. And honestly, just a hero you want to root for. Jean-Pierre Houdin is like the unsung hero of Egyptology. He's an architect, but... an architect with great ideas. On how they constructed the pyramids. Can you rank the floors by difficulty so far? Okay. We're just gonna pile them because it's easier. And keep in mind, when I call something easy, that doesn't mean it's easy, but it is now. Easy pile. One-shottable, no excuses. Floor 0, floor 1, floor 3, floor 4, floor 5, floor 6. Okay, well... yeah, no, floor 6 as well. Floor 9. And then you have, like, medium, things can go wrong. Floor 2, floor 7, floor 8... floor 10, and then you just have stupidly difficult floor 11. Floor 2 only because of messy? No, the jumps before are quite tricky. Like, if I look at my... there's this really cool stat on the website called the survival rate for each floor. I think my survival rate on floor 2 is maybe no more than 40%. But that's also part of the run when I'm not so focused. But yeah, like 40%. But yeah, floor 0, 1, floor 0, 1, 3, 4. Like, there's nothing that can go wrong here. No excuses if it does. That's just skill issue. An analogy would be like, it's a chess endgame with like pawns and kings, and it's winning. Like, it's just winning. You just need to play the correct moves and you win. Or like trying to checkmate with a rook and a king. I don't know. When will we get to floor 12? Well, I'm trying. Could be today. Could be tomorrow. Actually, it's not going to be tomorrow, because that's... I'll be very drunk tomorrow, but... it could be today. Or the day after. Ow. Yeah, I just lost the winning in-game. +1. Oh, this is the one I don't... Wait, so I've never been able to save this. What does he want me to do here? Because dropping onto this one was just death. You know what I might try? Yeah, I can't dry my tires on those, but I might just try with speed to go here. Okay, that can work, I think. This might be messy spot. Yeah. Yeah, but I bounce off. Okay. So what happened there? 238 was the problem. Yeah, too low speed. I know 240 is fine on that jump, but not 238. Didn't happen. Virtually, you're number 10 on Twitch sub count, just behind this small streamer named XQC. Who? Yeah, not familiar to me. Someone said if the other players were high up, would I still take tomorrow off? Yes, I would. I have this sort of rule that real life stuff comes first, usually. So if I've planned a family event, like a birthday or something in my family, and I've told my my parents or whatever I'm coming, then I'm coming. Doesn't matter how hype something gets on stream, then I've sort of said I'm doing that. And this is a big gathering with a lot of friends. And I had, well, no idea I was gonna get this insane for Deep Dip, but I think it's very easy to lose yourself if you don't prioritize doing those things. And it's one day. I don't think people will finish in that one day. I've already played 115 hours in 2 weeks. Like, I'm playing a lot of Trackmania. And so I'm already putting in an effort I'm proud of. Even if I take one day off to get completely wasted on Norway's National Day. I am proud of my effort on this map. YouTube stream is not working. The thing is, there's gonna be a new link. Because with YouTube problem is you have to make a new stream every time. So I had to make a new stream, and it's gonna be at a different link than the previous one that crashed. So it does work if you go to the channel probably and you look for it there. But yeah, YouTube's weird with that. It's quite quite tedious. But hello, YouTube chat. Where is Facecam? So the thing is, in the morning streams, if I have particularly ruffled hair and I haven't shaved and I just woke up and I'm sort of half eating breakfast, half playing Deep Dip, and I just don't want bright lights in my face and I just want to drive, then I dress up like a pyramid and play my best Deep Dip. And that's what you're seeing now. Captain Ajax, thanks so much. Do you even have to shave? Yes. It's horrible. It's not because, oh, there will be an amazing beard if I don't. I just won't be allowed to walk past. It will look bad. I will look like someone you should stay away from. Nice save. In game. You saw that save on floor 2, right? That was pretty clutch. Whew. What a line on floor 2. Say it. Ooh. Yeah, I think someone in YouTube chat put it best. Like Drake. Yes, exactly. Who did the face cam art? Person in my Discord. And it looks quite amazing. I thought I almost went to the eternal ramp again. Whew. Gyrodos, thank you so much for the raid. Here you go. Get half a beer on the Nationaldag Skål. Skål to you too as well, Robin. Also, Qualtify, nice to see you. Thank you for the 17 months. How long would a perfect run take, approximately? So my PB yesterday is actually a great watch if you want to see. I rushed so hard. Climbed so fast up the tower. And I reached floor 11 at 25 minutes of driving. And this is non-stop driving. Like, there's no cutscenes. 25 minutes of just passing obstacles to get to where my PB's at. Oh, this is gonna miss. And now one fall here is, well, plus 2 minutes-ish. Plus minus. So this would be like 27 minutes, and that's how things can keep going. But yeah, you have to drive a long time to explore. Even just one jump further. Have you been? I've been pretty good. Got a lot of sleep last night, so I feel pretty energized today. At Virtual, I hit 50 followers. Let's go. Congrats on the progress in streaming. I remember too when I hit 100 followers, and also 1,000. And also 100,000. Gotta walk the steps. Which floor is most fun? Floor 10 is really sick. Floor 10 is like this. It looks super difficult, but all the tricks are consistent. And there's no like annoying bug or anything that I've seen people get there. Like I've seen people fail floor 10 and I've failed floor 10 before. But there's nothing on the floor that's bad. The floor 4 is really cool too, this one. Like this quarter pipe jump is quite hard, and then you go around this pillar. Here you do an ice 360, not just for flare, but because it's faster. If you drive close to this light and get pushed down, you see that I have a good line here now to build up speed up here. And then this jump's really cool. You jump out early and up to land on this disc. Go to the T of Trackmania, go down. And then you can land in a drift here, carry speed, need 100-ish. Jump through the tunnel, land a bit left angle, so you can carry this. Jump up. This floor has really good flow, yeah. Here we're just back up for safety. It's doable without, but you want to ensure this. And then wall ride flick 360. Jump up. Then wall launch jump and floor 5. Here is floor 5. This is sick. Yeah, it's really cool. Floor 5 is cool too. And this is where I failed earlier, but it's really not that failable. Like, this is not one that should go wrong. Is the 360 required earlier? No. No, it's just faster. What is that cam? It's better than ever. It's people in my Discord making art. And this is quite a... Oh, hang on. Beautiful piece. Good. I want to listen to Mew more, but this is like... Wub Wub Mew more. Where's the... This is stuff I want to listen to. Yes. Okay. There we go. Just cozy climbing. Holy, Vertsplin's mewing like crazy. Yeah, guys, just buy my course. Buy my mewing course. I could have gone with that. Virtual slipping down deep rankings hour by hour. It's just people catching up to the same jump. But still third. Even if it's as 5th. Tied for 3rd. People have failed the same jump as I have. Good. Okay, floor 6. Halfway to PB. Good. What an awesome portrait of you, Mr. Streamer. I think it captures my features really good. The motivation Joel returns. And yeah, like, just a few days ago... Oh, I have to do this again. Reaching floor 6 was considered, like, insane to me. Like, holy, I'm at floor 6, you know, I'm making progress. But... this is how the entire map will go. I know it will. I know it will go in a progression of, like... reaching floor 10 felt insane, and then we're gonna just cruise through 10 like it's nothing. But what I don't know is how hard the top floors really are. Like, if you were making a game, right? There's something about making the final boss really difficult. You want it to be like a grand finale, an epic ending. Something insane at the top. I think. And I think they might have stacked the top floors to be very difficult. And that's what it feels like is, okay, we're cruising through these things and we will progress and these things feel trivial, but what about the top? Like, how long is that gonna take to become trivial? Floor 11 is hard? It is. It's very hard. But it's also hard due to lack of exposure. Like, I've only seen it maybe less than 10 times. And many of those runs fail the first jumps of floor 11. So it becomes this thing where, okay, I have only really seen the hard jump 3 times? 2 times? I had a really good attempt at it yesterday, though. I felt like, I don't know if anyone have a clip of it, but my PB yesterday, proud of it. Closest I've been to passing that jump. The upside down glide thing on 11. Quack. Camera? Okay. Boom. It's the first one of the day. I had one that went to floor 5 where I failed. And then this is like the second proper run of the day. Yeah. Just getting started. It's Pokemon music? Yeah, it's Pokemon music remixed by a guy called Mewmore. And he has a bunch of covers. They're really cool. Oh, 78. Okay. No more turning off chat? I will, but only at floor 10 usually. Or before if I feel like. But I like hanging out with you guys. And I get bored. If I'm just with my own brain. But what I have gotten really good at, I feel like, is balancing when the game requires my full attention and when I can talk with you guys. Oh. Hello. That was somehow wrong. I don't know why. Bro. Good. Thank you for cleaning the ice, chat. I appreciate that. I failed this twice yesterday. But it's not that hard. Nice. Okay, I didn't end up looking too much more at clips after stream yesterday, but someone compiled a list of 40 times I have done or failed this jump coming up. And my consistency is winning 32 times and losing 8, like falling 8. So I'm pretty consistent, but I feel like what I do wrong is I angle too much up. Like my angle should be less up. So we'll see if I can understand this better now today. I might just overthink it and tumble down, but that works. Yeah, the car doesn't slip. So interesting that I could deduct that from just those clips. Little bit less pointing upright and the car doesn't slip on the beam. Good. Thank you to, who was it? A Adams and Dot Guy who made some videos. Big shout out to A Adams. I gave him VIP in the chat yesterday for his efforts. Can't get reverse gear if you're sideways. I think it's that, Nebula, but I also think you have 2 wheels touching the ground instead of 1. And 1 can cause this like ballerina movement, but that is just like stable. This is all intended if you haven't seen this before. It's a wild trick. It's the only way to pass that beam, and then you unflip the car over here. Yep. Do you think you could have beaten Deep Dip 2 if you were as good as when you did Deep Dip 1? Probably. I haven't improved much in the last 2 years. But I'd be less consistent at things like Ice 360s and stuff. But like, it's diminishing returns, right? When you start doing something, you can often improve a lot, but then after a while, it's very hard to find out how to get better. And you often get better in ways that are hard to track. Like, I might not have gotten faster that much, but maybe my aim is better, maybe my understanding of a few things is better. Like, I've been in more scenarios, so I can predict what will happen better to my car, stuff like that. Now, Now. 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 Good. Quite far on the side, so good. Alright. Good. Floor 9. We're going back. That didn't feel right. Yeah, that feels good. Good. What is world record? It's at 1288 meters or 1289 by Bram. And it reaches the very start of floor 12. Bro. Okay. Happy with that? Okay. Is this how Trackmania pros look? Yeah, every Trackmania pro just gets this facial shape after playing the game enough. TM maxing. 65 heart rate, I doubt. I'm pretty chill right now. This is not too stressful anymore. Probably should be a bit higher. Don't know why it's... I would guess like 80. All right. Oh, that's slow. Yeah. Ah, it's dead. There's often many ways to get into a turtle here and then keep driving, but this was just full flat. 228 and I went. I mean, I could have gone back. It just felt fast enough. A little bit higher up left. And then I have it. Do we check? See, I don't know if even this... Is there a water pool here? This might be worth it. This is, I think yeah, this is like 18 minutes into the map. This water pool. And if that's where I'm going, then I might just go get some food real quick. Because it looks like he's gonna drop here. Guys, we will wait for this. So to explain what's happening, the Trackmania car always has default movement. Like, I can't control it right now. But this is default movement happening. And it's just gonna drop down across this beam here. The blue dot marks 10 minutes of waiting. The red dot marks, I think, yeah, I think the blue dot is 10 minutes of waiting. Where is it? Here. Oh, the red ball is 20 minutes of waiting. So it means it's between 10 and 20 minutes, and we guaranteed get to floor 8. Almost guaranteed. So yeah, it's better, because it takes 15 minutes to drive up here anyways, plus, like, if you drive really well, it takes 18 minutes. So this is just worth. So, let me go quickly get some food, and I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Thrilling content? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry, it's slow. But, let's be honest. Watching me drive floor 1 again, and watching a car literally just roll at this pace is about equally exciting. Ads. Do you guys want ads? Okay, I'll play an ad. Oh, virtual. Are you going to Porter Robinson's World Tour this summer? Dude, I did not know he's doing a World Tour, but I want to. Just woke up in now 20 minutes. Yeah, it's a 15-minute wait here. Fall down. We could play chess during this. Could play the Dolby opening. You think Deep Dip 2 has turned out harder than the creators intended? Yes, no doubt. I think they knew it would be difficult, but I think this is more difficult than they anticipated it would be too. Why does the car not move as fast upside down here as it does on the turtle floor? Because on the turtle floor, I accelerate. But here, if I accelerate, nothing happens because the wheels are not touching the ground. You can maybe see this here. The wheels are not touching the ground, and so you don't get acceleration. It's just gliding slowly. Yeah. Food cam, please. No food cam. But I'm eating something called polarbrød. It's just really good. The young one. Thanks so much. Thank you, Koala, as well. Oh, what? Polar bread. Polarbrød. It's very good. It's Swedish. And? If you want to live the... Like, you know, the Swedes aren't all that bad. Just bad at skiing. They make some good food here and there. How do you save this run? It's gonna drop into the water. It's my theory. That's why I'm waiting. Late Jack, thank you for 5 gifted. Oh, nice break, yeah. Common. Waiting for default movement, yeah. You can put it like this. You can see it better. How long is that going to take? Less than 10 minutes. This blue dot is 10 minutes mark. That would mean the head of the driver will be over there. So this drops within 5 minutes. What about the ledge? There's no actual like elevation change here. And this looks sketchy, but it's actually pretty flat, this block. Like the geometry of it looks weird, but for this, I don't know if it matters. Axel Alex, thank you so much. Geometry, you must know, yeah. Watching grass grow. It's a little bit slow, I know, but like I fell upside down here at like 6 minutes ago, I think. And it takes 18 minutes to climb to this water block if you wanted to. At record pace, so. Your voice is deeper than usual. I think it's closer to my face than usual. This is a weird effect with microphones where the closer you are to the microphone, the more bassy your voice becomes. And the further away you are, the more it just kind of blends in with room noise. You can also change that with your own melody, but... proximity effect. If you want to have a bassy radio voice, then you need to sit close to the microphone. Tune in now at Dead Turtle FM. The voice is also lower in the morning, yeah. And then Virtual got this run. Bro, just restart? I can. But this is a great test of attention span. It's like the human brain. If you wait for 20 minutes, you're guaranteed success. Or, if you restart, you're gonna have to do 100 jumps in a row. Yeah, you've done it 1,000 times. Why not just wait? It sucks, but... like, it literally is a free floor 8. It's like spawning my car at floor 8 and I can just eat my breakfast. It's better practice if you restart. Do you know how many times I've quote-unquote practiced floor 0? There's no practice to be had. It's a daily commute. 3,000 people left? That's okay. They'll be back. It's like when you flip channels during a commercial break on Twitch. It's like, back in the day, if I was watching TV on cable, and one channel had commercial breaks, I would just flip over for like 6 minutes and then come back. But this is riveting content. You just skip the boring part. But I don't obsess too much over viewer count. I actually don't stream with viewer count on. I don't know how many people watch usually. And it helps just focus on being entertaining. Don't get too much in your head about, oh, there's this many people watching. Oh my god, there's 1,000 less people watching after I fell. I am falling off. And stuff like that. You just drive. You just drive. Oh, is your plug-in bar on? Because I'm gonna turn off the turtle thing after this. Your paint already dried? Yeah, mine's getting there. I'm a little bit scared that it'll... No, it looks perfect to hit the water pool. Yeah. Within 1 minute, we're gonna drop. Can someone tell me how long it's been? It's been like 10 minutes, I think. It's actually the fastest way to reach floor 8. Super close-up view? Sure. Oh my god, we are on floor 9 and we have found a dead turtle in the wild. Its body being swept up to shore, about to be returned to its motherland with the quackers, with the ducks down there. Just waiting for its moment to fall down off the cliff. Look at how fast he's going. Almost home. Hope you have a fantastic climb today. Thank you so much. Can you send me your open planet old log? Since it's so close, David, I'll just focus on this now. But yeah, I don't know why it crashed now. But I'll send you that file. Does the car always have default movement? Yes, but when you're on wheels, it doesn't actually move that much, but it still moves a tiny bit. Like, there's a funny phenomenon, which is that if you cross an engine off block, which should just turn off your engine, but you'll always hold accelerate, even when the car stops, it will move like a tiny, tiny bit. Okay. Do you see that bar behind the driver's head? When that thing falls, the entire car, just the center of gravity will dip over. So it's about to dip. It's about to dip. Okay. Oh, this is not good. Why is it wobbling? It wants to cross this, right? Okay, good. Yeah, it looks like it is crossing. Just struggles a little bit to get across. But it is moving. And bro, just fall, come on. There's no way. No, little bro. I thought I could give it a push with holding backwards, and I think it was right to do so, but it just didn't push off enough. Okay, that's unlucky. That's a bit unlucky, guys. It's mostly unlucky because this one first-time chatter was right. He said, bro, just drive. And I hate when people like that have no idea what's going on, are proven correct. He didn't deserve to win. He didn't deserve it. It's an undeserved win. But now it's like he won't know. He won't know how incorrect, and he will constantly live his life confidently incorrect because he was correct this one time. But then he will probably become a lotto addict. Like he will play the lottery, thinking, oh, this is how reality works. I can just guess things and be correct. And then gamble away his family inheritance. And so maybe I should actually feel sympathy for him. He's gonna win. Okay. Plugin still broken? Yes, and there was another plugin I updated today which also caused my entire PC to crash, so... I don't know. But it's okay. You take some chances. If that works, then it's so worth it. Virtual very tilted? No. Actually not. Falling is okay. And that run, I was like, I fell already. I made a mistake already. With all the subs that you should be able to upgrade your setup. Winky face? Well, yes, but do you want me to take a week off of the event? Look up parts. Either, like, just call up a guy to build the PC, wait for the stuff to arrive, have the guy build it, then install everything I need to stream on it. Like, this takes too long. Like, it's not viable to do so now. It is viable in the future, but it's not something I'm gonna do during a big competition. Not something to be done now. Now we just go with a working setup and drive. For all you know, it might cause even more problems. But this PC works for the most part. Help it, thank you so much for the 550. Are there any jumps that are consistent but you still worry a little bit? Yeah, I mean there's jumps that, like floor 6 jump number 3. You can count one on there. It's a consistent jump, just very hard. Frilly, thank you. Thank you, help that again. So jump off the backboard scare me? Not when I see the lineup is correct beforehand, like the nosedive. If the nosedive is bad, that's when it gets really finicky. Opinion on dual PC setup? Shouldn't be necessary. Should not be necessary. and sounds like a hassle. Good. I really want to go for that, but... Is red yarn slippery? Yes, but it's not like, this is plastic, and it can be like red, it can be blue, green, yellow. But those tiles are plastic. They are slippery. On floor 5, they're black, but they're plastic. Surfaces standardized? Yeah. This is just like tarmac or platform, and this thing's the same thing. So if you know how the car moves on ice, you know how it moves on all ice maps. And so on. This is also just platform tarmac road. What was the biggest crime against pyramids? I mean, there was a guy who basically wanted to grief them because he thought they were unholy. And so he asked his men to grief the pyramids and like destroy them block for block. I don't remember the year or who it was. His name. But they basically gave up after trying to just... They started with the smallest pyramid, Menkara's pyramid. And they very quickly gave up because it's so hard to grief. Like, it's like a life mission to grief it. And this is before dynamite and shit like that, where, okay. That makes things easier. Blow up the chunk with TNT? Yeah, this is before TNT cannons. So the first couple of layers on Menkara's pyramid, or rather it's above the 16th layer that it's kind of in bad shape. They didn't really try to grief the granite because it's heavier and harder to grief. They went straight for the limestone. But yeah. Is that a shortcut? No, it's just a faster strategy. Intended strategy. Just stopped going a bit slow on some parts. Today's my birthday and I want the gift of knowledge. Please tell me more about pyramids. Guys, I'm actually running out of things to talk about with pyramids. I feel like I share... Oh, Jesus. Everything I know and learn. I don't know what I haven't told you guys about. Twice I failed that jump today. That was a very rare one. Just 1 pixel off. What the Sigma, yeah. Good. Tell us about the Mayan pyramids and the Aztec. I mean, they're fascinating, but think about this, right? Most of the Mayan and Aztec and these structures are only, I say only, 1,000 to 2,000 years old. That's when you find most of them being built. And they are smaller than the monuments the Egyptians made 4,500 years ago. Like, what? Doubled, like, that's so much time. 4,000 years is insane. People would have had better tools, better knowledge of materials and how to work, like, whatever. Better understanding of things like the wheel. I don't even remember. No, the Egyptians didn't have the wheel, I think, when they built the pyramids. Because they would, the method for how they transport these massive boulders, suspected method, is that they put it on sleds in the sand and then pull those sleds on and while watering the sand to get wet sand. They had wheels 4,500 years ago in Egypt. I don't think they used wheels when building the big pyramid. Because that's another phenomenon that's very hard to explain, is how they moved the stones. Yeah, I don't think the Egyptians had them. 100 slaves could carry a stone? Yes, but it becomes a huge logistical problem when you have very heavy stones. Like, the heaviest of the pyramid stones are 50 to 70 tons. Which is like trying to pull... Let me get the numbers right. About 60 cars, regular cars, worth of weight, and none of those cars have wheels that help you with with movement. Like, imagine a car without wheels trying to pull one. You get enough giga chads, you could probably do it. Egyptian chariots? Bro, it's a 70-ton stone. It would crush the chariot. Anything you build, it would just destroy. It doesn't sound that much. Like, 70 tons does not sound that heavy, It's 70,000 kilograms. Or 140,000 pounds. Roughly. Like, it's so heavy. And then you're not just moving it and placing it outside the pyramid, you're moving it 60 meters up into the pyramid. Like, what? First 900 kilometers, by the way, with the Nile River, and then up into the pyramid, and then 60 meters up. Maybe this was before the gravity update? Is this a conspiracy stream, or are you gonna go into current findings? Well, what would the conspiracy be? I'm just pointing out the fascination of it. You're probably wondering, so like, okay, you have this huge stone, they didn't have wheels, how the hell did they do it? That's what fascinates everyone. And this is where some people go, okay, they didn't. Aliens did it. Because humans can't do that. Or like, they must have had some amazing technology we forgot about. Like maybe they casted the stones in geopolymer instead of cutting the stones. Or maybe they had better tools we haven't found yet. This is where people will add an element to explain what they can't explain. But what I and a lot of others believe as the most likely way they did it is that they used the Grand Gallery to build the pyramids. There's a room inside the pyramid called the Grand Gallery. Not really a chamber, but it's like this huge tunnel. Very beautiful. But it has these big scratch marks on the side of the walls. Looks like it's been through some heavy use. Like scratches and all these like different carvings as well into the walls. And it would be very practical if you are lifting a big stone to have mechanical leverage from such a room. Like a counterweight system, a pulley system with ropes and, you know, something to help you elevate these stones quicker. Because the manpower you need for some of the big stones is like 600 men to pull one stone up. And if you have to have an external ramp for that, well, that's even more building. It's a lot of building. So, yeah. Internal ramp theory, using the Grand Gallery as a pulley / counterweight system to help lift rocks. It's not just a beautiful room, but part of the reason they were able to do it. How to use a pulley and a counterweight without the wheel. You can have a huge stone that's about to fall down attached to a rope. And then you attach that to the other stone, and then you basically alleviate like a ton of weight is one way. But it's better explained by Jean-Pierre Houdin, I think, in his internal ramp theory model. But yeah, the rope would have to go around something. But that doesn't have to be a wheel. It can be just a stone. But it's fascinating. Plenty to learn about the pyramids. What does it mean to go from around a stone to a wheel? Well, it's more like your realization of what you have. Like, I don't know how true it is, but it is said that the Romans at some point invented the steam engine, like they realized they could do that, but then also realized it just wasn't efficient for them at the time. Like they saw this thing right there, but didn't realize, oh, yeah, we can actually use this. Or something that resembles that, whatever. And so in the same way, like, it probably took a while for people to realize, oh, wheel very smart for a lot of things, not just one thing. And it sounds stupid, but I see the same stuff in Trackmania. Like when I made this video, documentary, about how Trackmania players conquered bugs, you often find the exact same pattern of like, here's this new thing that has insane potential, but it's often only used in one appliance, like on one map. And then it takes someone to realize, wait, this works a lot of other ways too, a lot of other places. We can do this, so many things with this. And that's when things really like spring. Like the first guy who made a wheel probably didn't think too much of it. Just like, oh, this is nice, this is neat, cool. But then it takes like a little bit of time. It's like, wait, we can use this for so much. Fuck. Inventional wheel refers to wooden stuff that can be attached to an axle. Okay. Bad time to mess this up. Yeah, I know. It's different. It's different. It's not just a circle, I know. People have been making circles forever. Funny shape. Okay, let's fix this real quick. That doesn't work though. Does this? Yeah, this one works. We can try the other one first. No harm in that, I don't think. Yeah, because that one is higher than that, yeah. Oh, but this has to be more speed, no? Because sand, yeah. I think that's more speed. I mean... there's just no point risking that. Okay, let's go back. Okay, that's fine. This was one of the possible outcomes. I forgot. It was savable. Okay, that's annoying, because that's such a stupid mistake. Such a stupid mistake. I'm annoyed. And I'm annoyed because I was looking at chat while doing that, when I specifically do no facecam streams to not look at chat so much. Okay, my bad. Okay. How does no face cam stop you from not reading chat? Because you're less focused on being an entertainer. You are just... like... it almost becomes like you're just sitting down to play a video game rather than sitting down to be a streamer. Very different activities. Have you considered playing off stream? No, I want to document all my attempts. I don't want to play off stream. And I don't think it would help either. Like, I've said this before, but it wouldn't help. Ah. Isn't one of the rules you have to stream everything? No, you only have to stream your final run. Or play on the server. Like, if you're not streaming your attempts, you have to play on the server. So there's some footage of your attempts. But yeah, we'll get back there. Just annoying to fall in spots I shouldn't. And that's like a mistake I've never made before. Ever thought about listening to the voice lines of Deep 2 again? I don't want to. It's like hearing the intro cutscene to a game you've played 1,000 times. No need. No need. No, when I play the best is when I just... honestly, no timer, no voice lines, no Pingu card skin. When I just get comfortable. When I play the best. Brand floor 12. Okay, guys. We do not have enough news choppers in the air. Someone, get in the helicopter. Get up there. Document every single movement. Blinking. I need to know hand movements. I need to know where he's looking. Eye movements. If we can get someone on the eye tracker right now. I need it all. We need the helicopters. It's really impressive, and I hate anytime I say this that people go, this virtual not like Bren. Go Bren, go Bren. I hope he gets further and further, as I would too when I'm up there. But I gotta focus on my own gameplay every day. So I'm not gonna stop driving to watch it. keep going. Oh, really? That's so rare. Okay. Can you not turtle in water? No. It's impossible. You always land on wheels. It's very nice. Oh my. Okay. Go again. That was a fun fall. Yeah, I'm still a little bit annoyed about the floor 7 fall. I don't know why. Like, it's so annoying to waste essentially 15 minutes just to a thing where you're like, I don't know why I did that. But otherwise, the session's been really good so far. Go again. Oh, dear God, please. Okay. You're finding your strategy isn't wasted. I know, but it's like there is nothing to learn from. I don't think you understand. This is like doing elementary school over again. Would you go back to elementary school and do elementary school over again to like refine your knowledge? Do you need to practice 3 plus 3? Like, these are things you just know. There's nothing to learn. I just have to type in 3 plus 3 equals 6. And then I have 4 minus 4, which is 0. Right, it's like... There's no refinement. These are solved things. Basically smurfing. I mean, I guess you could say that. That's what people say, is like, wow, it looks so fun to see how, you know, 1 week ago these things were difficult, but now you're just rushing through them. Is Deep to 2 still be completed? No one's gotten further than about 60% of the map done. That's the highest we've been. 60%. Good. Have you bonked through the... I have failed this in so many ways in the messy dump, yeah. Gotten pushed out to both sides, gotten pushed up into the roof. All kinds of things. Would you slow down or abort your hunting if you don't succeed after a month? If you don't succeed after a month? I don't think so. Oh, whoa, no, not again. The reason this fails is because I think I don't have 100% icy tires. I think the display is lying. Because I cannot do that ice slide. I think I'm being lied to. I think I rushed too fast there. Yeah, I'm not saving this. Go. I need to go slower on the ice to make sure my wheels are completely icy before the plastic. Actually driving too fast. As annoying as to fail jumps to RNG, less annoying than obvious mistakes. Like looking at a message from a guy talking about rocks being wheels and crashing on floor 7 to lose 15 minutes is more annoying than a bug. Swappy, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you so much. I admire your grind and perseverance. That's on the game. But never give up. Eventually we'll succeed. Thank you so much. Are you still donating $1 to Deep Tip 3 for every dump? Yeah. Or to the organizers, rather. They can do what they want. They can do what they want. Oh my god, and Nick Holland in YouTube chat. That's okay, that's okay. I want to read this. He donated $100. Starts with hope this doesn't distract you or anything. Okay, it was 1 minute. Just saying thank you for introducing so many people to the game and add the content this top tier. Keep at it. Don't get in your own way like I do. It's okay. It's okay. All right. It's okay. Thank you. How can I not get distracted? That's insane, man. Thank you so much. I'm happy to get distracted by it, though. Okay, guys. Enough trolling now. I have trolled. I have gotten restless. I've gotten annoyed at myself. But I've also calmed down again. I'm ready to do a run. I've been in this spot before, and I've gotten better and better at dealing with it. In the grand scheme of things, there will be stupid falls, and this one doesn't matter. Ren fell. Did he get a new record? Swappy again! Yo, thank you for the 15 gifted at that point. Thank you so much. Holy. Corner shot did not work. It should be a little bit more speed though. But I'd like to see that actually. It should be faster than 180. Seven speed, thank you. Bren tried it and fell. I heard he fell.
I've got it. Go counterclockwise.
No, other corner, no? It doesn't matter that much though. No, not max speed. It's good, but it's not max. And he hits where? You need one more speed, basically. One or two. No, it's not what I would try if I'm here, but I would go to this corner, drive to the A of Trackmania, then go down. But if you see, he goes down pretty early and loses some space. He gets some more for this wiggle, but it looks like less. Like, you see, he's already down here. This is, to my brain, objectively wrong. It's not perfect. This is not perfect speed. It's way too early. I think this is way too early. Like, this is wasted space right here. If there's another clip of him trying that and that doesn't work, then that is completely dead. But I think I'll try that when I'm up there. Mapper said it's not possible. It looks possible. But Jesus, guys, I'm literally watching the clip. I'm literally watching the clip and you say watch his stream, it's not possible. Like, I just, like, what, where, or what are you talking about? What should I watch? I watched the thing and that is not what I'm seeing. I am not seeing what I am talking about. The strat I'm talking about, I'm not seeing it. I can like, if that was a khaki map where you spawn the car on that ramp and you have to get up, someone will do it. But it's so insane. I'm getting schooled by people who's never played the game. And it's like I want to go in editor and outright just show you the difference and show you that you can get more speed. I don't know whether or not it's possible, but you can get more speed than he did, right? But it's literally against the rules. I cannot show you. You're just gonna have to trust me. Driving a wider circle produces more speed. That's all I can tell you. And then you can decide whether your hours of experience beats mine. Whoa. Wow. Okay. Holy. But it's so frustrating because I know even if that one fails, people are gonna go like blah 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 blah. Just complete blabber. Just actual like saliva dropping out of your mouth. You've got one of these like things you got as a baby to not spill on your shirt. Your mom's feeding you baby food and it goes like blah 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 blah, didn't work, blah 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 blah. And it's like, bro, it doesn't need to work. What my point is that it's not perfect speed. And it's so infuriating to have to talk to these people all day. It's actual like brain rot. I don't think you understand. Just like stop. You said he just needs 1 or 2 more speed? Yeah, I believe that's true. Virtual, please turn off chat. You're getting tilted. I am. I am getting tilted. I actually will. I'm sorry, guys. YouTube chat has been chill. Twitch chat is horrible today. YouTube chat only for a little bit. And it's not everyone. It's just a few people, but it literally ruins my mood. Play the map, get past floor 2, then tell me what to do. It's actually only Twitch chatters because Bren doesn't stream on YouTube. So these Twitch chatters think they know better themselves because they've watched Bren. The YouTube chat just chilling. They're not pretending to be an expert at a game they've never played. They're just vibing. Meet up tomorrow at Monolithen. I don't know if that's where I'll be, but yeah, if you see me on the 17th, feel free to say hi. Going up we are. How does it feel that Bren played 30 hours less and is far ahead? You're cute. You're cute. That's a cute attempt. Adorable, actually. I don't think people I don't have any problem with Bren. I'm actively hoping Bren succeeds and cheering for him. It is just these miserable people coming into my chat that annoy me. The Arthurs. Little Arthur with his infinite knowledge. I have infinite respect for Bren, current Trackmania world champion. Okay, now I have icy tires, good. Bro. Okay, I can't even read YouTube chat. Sorry, Mario, thank you for the €5. You bought Trackmania to try this map, barely got 3 jumps. Says he first hand this map is way harder than Virtual makes it look. You go, Virtual. Yeah, guys, I'm just gonna chill, listen to some music, mute mic. I can't stream right now. I can't be a streamer. Mute alerts too. Just I can't look at anything. If you send an alert, I will miss it. I'm sorry. I'm just too tilted to talk to people right now. And I just want to drive. Yes, just yeah, have fun. Alright, I'm coming down a bit. I think I'm just so annoyed by people that... Like, and it's a few people. But it's like, how miserable do you have to be to see someone attempting something difficult, to see someone try their best, to see someone, like, truly challenge themselves, and then just feel the incessant need to bring them down because you don't achieve your own goals. The Arthurs of this world. So annoying. And it's not everyone. It's actually just a fraction of people. The smallest fraction. But it's enough to the point where it's like... Yeah. It gets you. I'm just trying my best. So is Bren, so are the others. Don't try to pit us against each other and spawn rivalries. We're all friends. We all want each other to succeed. Don't try to start drama. Just be nice. And it's awesome there are so many new people here. But I think I think some small fraction of the new people just have no idea how this isn't like League of Legends, this isn't like Counter-Strike. It's not one of these games where this is the culture. And I think what I dislike most is like, I feel like I'm a wholesome person. Through and through. Like, I am truly, every day I go on stream trying my best to make, you know, people watching have a better day and try and entertain and trying to try my best and trying to show through trial and error that you can get better at things, you can achieve your goals. That was a big fail. But sometimes you will fail. But I'm trying to do all these things. But then my mood just gets completely shattered. I become an unwholesome person from these insanely negative people. And then I just ruin everyone's day. And it just spreads. It's like contagious. It's like a virus. It's like you're a zombie and you make me a zombie. Actual just energy depleter. And I just get so drained looking at comments from these people all day. So yeah, I don't mean to be in a bad mood. But I also just can't be bothered sometimes to deal with people who I feel like don't treat me like a person. Don't treat me with respect. It's like understood that if you're an online person, you should just tank everything. It's like, oh, just forget your feelings. You just tank everything people say to you. It's like, I don't think so. Then I just don't want to interact. And I just want to play my game and achieve my goal. And don't give these people the time of day. But yeah. I try, guys. I really try. And it's a very, like, varying thing. Like, this evening, it could be much better. Tomorrow could be much better. But I feel it specifically is what I felt when me and Brand stream at the same time that I get the most toxic comments. Not from Brand. Brad has only sent me wholesome messages, and I have done the same. Just trying to help each other climb, but it's from people who watch. Both of us. And then feel like being a news helicopter in either stream. Ooh. But that alone is not the annoying thing. It is like the constant second-hand backseating. Second source, like Virtual said this about you, Bren said that about you. I was in this stream and I heard Bren in third person and quadruple person say this about this. And it's like I would then just much rather hear it from Bren himself and not from a Twitch chatter. You know, it's a constant comparison, I think, as well. Like, I'm doing this as a personal journey. I want to get to the top. If I compete for the win, even cooler. But you have these people that think, if I don't beat the Trackmania world champion up this tower, literally the world's best player last year, that it's somehow a failure. That then it's for nothing. Which is also very stupid. Because the people typing that are leaning back in their chair, probably skipping work or school. Face full of potato chips. Like, wow, Virtual, you really are a failure. Brad is already 10 jumps ahead of you. Get better. And it's like, bro. I'm becoming so unwholesome right now. Talking about these things, but they annoy me. I want to vent my frustration. It'd be way better if the same person, while enjoying their potato chips, could just say, you know what? You and Bren are both doing your best, and you're doing amazing. This map looks really difficult. I have never played Trackmania, and I won't claim to be an expert or give any advice. But I really wish you both the best of luck. It takes so little effort to flip that mindset. And to be like a person that, you know, just creates a good environment. And I'm trying to flip that switch back myself right now. But, you know, it's not too hard. And I see this a lot in my longtime viewers. They are very much like that. But the people who've been here for like 3 days, only watching Deep Dip a little bit, are like overrepresented in the toxic comments that I see. So it's not everyone, and I'm not trying to say it's everyone. I'm just saying it's enough of a thing that I get tilted looking at my own Twitch chat. Which I shouldn't. Like, I play worse because I get so tilted looking at my own chat. It's fine. And I think usually I'd be able to just gloss over it, just ignore it better. But when you play for 10 hours a day and you see the same comments every day, like, at some point you gotta point it out, right? And just say, okay, could we not do this? Like, it'd actually be a lot more of an enjoyable map if we didn't do these things. XYZ. And it's like, there are things you can do. There are other streams where my name is banned because the same helicopter news reporters will go into other people's chats and go, Virtual's here, Virtual just exhaled. Virtual's having a speech, Virtual is currently on floor 5 doing the jump up to the wall ride jump. Lars, Virtual's here, Scrappy, Virtual's here. The exact same people. But I don't want to ban every other streamer's name. I want you to be able to talk about, like, the event and follow it and, you know, enjoy it. Just do it in a respectful way. And then it'll be a lot more fun for everyone. It's a little annoying to have to, like, oh god, bring it up, but if this map's gonna take 100 more hours, I don't want to sit through 100 more hours of that stuff. Of people actively trying to tilt me. That's just not what I want when I stream. So hope you understand. I think rant over. Rant over. Just had to talk about it real quick. Get it out of my system. Let's drive. No, 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 no. Okay. I have landing weight twice in a row? Jesus. Please get here. Quark. Okay, let's go back. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh. Very clean. good. Oh. Yeah, sure. Sure. Okay. Yeah. Works too. Just less up, more sideways. The wheels get grip on the rail. Oh. Nah, bro. Or? We can jump over that too? I'd never had that. Okay. Slightly bad aim. No. Oh, so slow. What's the problem? No. Good. Yeah, too slow on that one. Isn't that almost failed? Save though. Good. Okay. Oh, good. Too early air brake. Oh. Okay. Which way is it again? Oh, it's here. Wait. It's a decent run. Just bad mistakes there. On 9. It's a good run though. Fuck. Oh, bro. Oh? Yeah, okay. I've seen that before. You guys know unironically what I want to listen to? It's not even music. It's something called Fall of Civilizations. It's just this really cozy, like, storytelling about civilizations of the past. Which I don't know if we're good to do. I don't know how chill the creator of those are with that. But they're really good. You should check them out regardless. Good. Good. Thought that one jump was gonna fail going into it. There's no way to back out. Just gotta send it on floor 6. Just trying to focus a bit. Try have some good runs, guys. It's a bit more of a relaxed vibe. Not so much focused on content, just want to get some good runs. Close chat probably like an hour ago. Yeah, around an hour ago. Close alerts to just driving. Alright guys, I kind of want to do it. Can we do this? Okay. Please go check out Fall of Civilizations podcast. There's one about Egypt. Tell them Virtual sent you in the comments. Give it some hype. It's basically gonna be like listening to a podcast. And what's good about this is it's more like turning off that part of my brain.
It was highly prized.
Alright. It's really fascinating stuff. You can learn a lot about Egypt.
Around the year 1200 AD, the medieval Arab traveller and scholar Abd al-Latif al-Baghdadi departed from his hometown of Baghdad and set out on a journey of exploration. As a young man, al-Baghdadi had studied law, medicine, and philosophy, and was inspired by the works of classical philosophers, in particular Aristotle. At the turn of the 13th century, al-Baghdadi embarked on a series of journeys that would take him to many of the great cities in the region. He travelled to Mosul, to Jerusalem, Damascus, and Aleppo, and eventually, around the year 1204, his journey took him across the Sinai Desert to the banks of the Nile. On his travels, al-Baghdadi wrote a book that was part travel account and part philosophy, entitled The Book of Edification and Admonition. In it, he recalls the remarkable impression that Egypt made on him.
إن أرض مصر من البلاد العجيبة الآثار الغريبة الأخبار.
It's translated, wait.
يكتنفه جبلان.
Egypt is a land of wondrous monuments and strange stories. It consists of a valley enclosed by two ranges of hills, one to the east and one to the west. The Nile runs between them until it reaches Lower Egypt, where it divides into branches, all of which flow out into the sea. The Nile is unusual for its length. We know of no other river in the inhabited world that covers a greater distance.
وهذا النيل له خاصة.
Insanely important river.
بعد مربع. فنحن لا نعلم في المعمورة نهرا أبعد مسافة منه.
As al-Baghdadi travelled around Egypt, he was struck by the incredible variety of ancient remains he saw. Great temples of stone and tomb complexes crumbling beside the waters of the Nile. But none of these compared to the most fabled of all Egypt's monuments, which rose over the horizon not far from the city
There
of
it
Memphis,
is, the
at a
pyramids.
place called Giza.
The Giza Plateau.
أما ما يوجد بمصر من الآثار القديمة فشيء لم أر ولم أسمع بمثله.
The ancient monuments in Egypt are such as I have never seen nor heard tell of in other lands. First among them are the pyramids. They are very numerous. All are situated on the Giza side of the Nile and extend in the direction of Memphis, spread out along a distance of about 2 days' journey. Some are big, others small. Some are of clay and mud brick, but most are of stone. Some are stepped, but most of them taper smoothly.
وأكثرها مخروط أملس.
And of all these pyramids, 3 stood out for their seemingly impossible immensity.
وأما الأهرام المتحدث عنها المشار إليها الموصوفة.
Turning to the pyramids that everyone talks about, points at, and characterizes in terms of their sheer size, there are 3, laid out in a straight line at Giza. 2 of them are
Khufu,
particularly
and
enormous,
Khafre.
and it is with these 2 that the poets have been infatuated. The spectacle is so awe-inspiring that your sight will falter as you try to take it all in.
وحسر الطرف عند تأمله.
Khufu being the biggest one.
Al-Baghdadi wrote accounts of the local people who lived close to these vast remains. He describes some who climbed to the tops of these structures, and others who quarried them for their fine-cut stone. Others still became obsessed with exploring the hidden tunnels and chambers that branched out beneath the pyramids.
وقد سلك في بناية الأهرام
In one of the Great Pyramids, there is an opening that allows people to gain entry. It leads them into
Great
narrow
Pyramid?
corridors, labyrinthine passageways, well shafts, pitfalls, and other such features as appear in the accounts of those who venture inside and explore the innermost parts. Many people, obsessed by the pyramid and filled with fanciful ideas about it, are inspired to penetrate its depths.
Okay,
They
that's-
always end up at some place beyond which they cannot go. They spoke of how the pyramid was full of bats, and how these bats grow to the size of pigeons. There are inscriptions on the stones, written in the ancient characters that no one understands.
At the
In the
time, now they
entire
do.
land of Egypt, I have never found a single person who so much as claimed to have heard of anyone who knew how to read them.
ديار مصر من يزعم أنه سمع بمن يعرفه.
Was understood after a stone
He
was
even
found by
seems
Napoleon.
to have visited
The Rosetta
Sphinx
Stone.
nearby, which was then buried up to its neck in the sand.
Napoleon's man.
وعند هذه الأهرام بأكثر من
Also, by the three pyramids, at a distance from them of rather more than a bowshot, the likeness of a most enormous head and neck protrudes from the ground.
The Sphinx.
The people call it Old Father Dread and assert that its body is buried in the ground. The face is handsomely, indeed admirably portrayed, with a touch of elegance and beauty about the features, as if a smile were playing across them.
كأنه يضحك تبسما.
Above all, al-Baghdadi was impressed by the mastery of engineering it must have required to build such constructions.
As we all
and
are, yeah.
to have them survive for such a stretch of time.
فإذا اقتربت منه وأفردته بالنظر هالك مرآه وحصلت طرف.
The construction of the pyramids was carried out according to a methodology remarkable in respect both to design and to precision of execution.
Yeah.
This is what has enabled the pyramids to endure time's passing eras. Or rather, it has meant that time itself has had to endure the era of the pyramids. Noble intellects gave the pyramids their all. Pure minds exhausted their every effort for their sake. Enlightened souls outpoured the loftiest capabilities on their design to stand as exemplars that are the pinnacle of the possible. Because of this,
The
they
pinnacle
all
of the
but
possible.
speak aloud of their builders, telling us what sort of folk they were, giving voice to their intellects, relating the stories of their lives and times.
It's kind of cool they did something 4,000 years ago that people still talk about today.
When al-Baghdadi visited Giza
Truly
around
monumental.
the year 1200, the Great Pyramid was the tallest man-made structure in the world, and had been for more than 3,700 years. All that time, it had testified to the greatness of the civilization that had grown up on the banks of the Nile, a civilization that had passed through countless periods of flourishing and decay, and then finally disappeared beneath the sands of the desert.
How did it all fall? That's what this is about, guys. If you're just joining in, you're wondering what the hell is going on, we're listening to a podcast called Fall of Civilizations, and it's an Egyptian episode. I'm just doing so to think about other things, and this is really fascinating, but you guys have to go check it out. Leave a comment, a like. He has an episode about all this stuff from other civilizations too. I don't want to shamelessly yoink. You go support it. But it's actually helping me on Tilt. It's like it's harder to hear
My
the
name's
haters
Paul
when...
Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Each episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory,
Harder to tilt
and
when
then
you're just
collapsed
enjoying
into
some
the
pyramids.
ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time, who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode, I want to tell the story of one of the most iconic cultures ever produced by humankind, the civilizations of Egypt's Nile Valley. I want to show how this series of related societies grew up in the floodplains of their great river, and built some of the most enduring and recognizable structures in the world. I want to tell the story of how they rose, how they endured, and how they finally faded from history altogether.
Where?
The story of Egypt is one of the greatest and longest epics in all of history. Many empires would consider themselves lucky to last through the reigns of 31 kings, but ancient Egypt would see the reign of 31 dynasties of kings, lasting for more than 3,000 years. In the time since, historians have long struggled with this panoply of rulers and eras.
They believe it
and have
started with
tried to
the
wrestle
Scorpion
the history
King.
of Egypt into neat categories.
It's very hard to find out when it started.
They typically split its history into 3 sets of dynasties, commonly known as the Old Kingdom.
That's
the
when
Middle
the biggest
Kingdom,
pyramids were built?
and the New Kingdom.
Middle Kingdom and
Between
then New
these
Kingdom.
are a number of intermediate periods, when the central power of its kings failed and the land divided. Throughout this history, Egypt's empire would ebb and flow, just like the great river that gave it life. That river was the greatest watercourse of the entire Afro-Eurasian landmass, the River Nile. The Nile finds its source in Lake Victoria, the largest lake in Africa. It's a body of water about the size of Georgia, or nearly the size of Ireland. The
It's insane.
gigantic Lake Victoria drains into the river known as the White Nile, which is joined by the so-called Blue Nile further downstream at Khartoum, the capital of Sudan. From there, it flows for a further 2,000 kilometers across the Nubian and Egyptian deserts to Cairo, where it branches out into a wide delta and empties into the Mediterranean Sea. Next to the Amazon River,
Bro,
the Nile is either the
how did I manage
longest
that?
or second longest river on Earth.
Okay.
It runs for 6,800 kilometers, or around a sixth of the way around the Earth, and its drainage basin covers a tenth of the entire landmass of Africa. Egypt itself has an extremely arid climate, and its inland territories experience virtually no rainfall. If geography had been only a little different, Lake Victoria had not begun to drain westwards, we can only imagine how differently history might have gone. For at least the last 5,000 years, every blade of grass and every tree in the Nile Valley, every animal and every person to ever live, every priest and every king owes their existence solely to this river.
Nile Appreciation Day. What a river.
Human presence in Egypt is among the oldest in the world. After evolving in the region of East Africa, modern humans migrated primarily along this corridor, and from there spread to the rest of the world. The Nile is, in a sense, the highway down which all of humanity has once passed. As one of our first stops along our great journey, Egypt is home to human remains of astonishing antiquity. Stone tools worked by archaic humans have been discovered in Nile deposits dating to as early as 600,000 years ago.
Sharpened rocks,
And modern
basically.
Homo sapiens followed in the last 100,000 years
That
or
they would
so.
use to, like, crack open
These
stuff.
migrations likely happened during one of the many African humid periods that have occurred over the last millions of years. These are times when shifts in
But
the
the
planet's
oldest tool
climate
ever found is like
caused
a million
rains
years
to
old.
fall on the Sahara Desert.
If not more.
During these periods, the desert bloomed into a verdant grassland, home to animals and people. And when the period ended, the grasses would die, the animals would leave, and the sand would return.
The animals are
It's thought
leaving.
that this cycle has
It
occurred
might just be
more
you
than
and I.
200 times since the desert first formed 8 million years ago.
Come break me down,
The earliest
bury me.
peoples in this region
'Kay.
lived by hunting and fishing, and left behind stone tools and a multitude of rock paintings. From about the year 13,000 BC, in one of the Sahara's driest periods in history, the Sibyllian culture began gathering wild wheat and barley, and from there developed their own domesticated strains. From 9000 BC, people began to weave thread from wool, and another humid period began. One enigmatic stone circle at the desert site of Nabta Playa dates to around 7500 BC, when the Sahara was a range of rolling grasslands once more. This stone monument may have been used to mark the movements of stars at different times of the year,
Similar
so that
to
people could
Stonehenge,
keep track of cycles like the harvest
but
and
smaller,
the
this
migration
one.
of animals for hunting. Nabta Playa has been called Egypt's Stonehenge,
Yeah.
but this doesn't quite do it justice, since it was built at least 5,000 years before the first stones of Stonehenge were ever laid. When the last ice age ended and the Sahara once more dried up, any peoples who had been living and herding in its grasslands would have been driven out of their ancestral home. They would have wandered across the newly formed desert until they reached the only stretch of green in the midst of all that sand. That was the banks of the Nile, and here they would make their home. These peoples would build a collection of scattered settlements reaching up and down the river. But slowly, as more and more people were driven to the riverbank to survive, these began to coalesce into larger towns, cities, and finally, kingdoms. The ancient Egyptians referred to the whole region by the name the Two Lands, referring to the long Nile Valley in the south and the delta that spread out in the north, close to the sea. These were the two lands that today we call Upper and Lower Egypt. Surprisingly for a modern person who orients their maps facing north, the Egyptians thought of their world in the opposite direction.
Wait, what?
As a consequence, their word for east was the same as their word for left, and west the same as right. In the
I didn't know
Egyptian
this.
mind, they were always facing upstream, waiting for the annual floods to arrive. If you find this confusing as we continue, just remember that southern Upper Egypt is the region upstream, and northern Lower Egypt is downstream. For many people at this time, the lands along the riverbank would have constituted their entire world.
I learned something.
The Egyptians referred to the river's floodplain as Kemet, or the Black Land, due to the rich dark soil left behind by its life-giving floods. This land was the realm of the noble god Horus, who had the head of a falcon, the god of life, protection and healing. If you walked just an hour in either direction, you would soon reach what they called Deshret, or the Red Land. This was the inhospitable desert stretching out on all sides, roasting hot, largely devoid of water and shade, and inhospitable to most life. These deserts were presided over by the god Set, the god of chaos and violence. The Nile itself they knew simply by the name Iteru, or the river, since in their world there was no other.
77.
The Egyptian world began in Upper Egypt, far up the reaches of the Nile, at a place now known as Aswan.
Aswan.
Here,
Aswan
a
granite.
belt
You
of
remember,
hard
guys?
granite crosses the landscape and forces the river waters into shallow whitewater rapids,
This is a
running
test
over
how much you
boulders
remember.
and through rocky channels called cataracts. This word comes from the Greek word kataraktes, or rushing down. Today, the waters of these cataracts have been tamed by the construction of the Aswan Dam, but in ancient times, they could be a rushing torrent.
Hello.
Each year, when the floodwaters passed through
Did I
this
forget to say
rocky
quack,
stretch
guys?
of the river,
I think I did.
they made such a thundering sound that the earth itself could shake. And this led the ancient Egyptians
Fuck.
to believe that the waters were coming up from beneath the earth, bursting out of vast subterranean seas. At Aswan, they built a temple on an island in the middle of those rushing waters, and here worshipped that primeval force. The fast-flowing waters at Aswan made it a natural barrier to ships and prevented any further exploration upriver. For this reason, for much of its early history, this was where ancient Egyptian influence ended, the final extent of their power and border of their empire. Beyond Aswan was the southern lands of Nubia, and for this reason, Egyptians would also refer to it
Nubia.
as the narrow gateway to the south.
Is that where
The Temple Island in the Aswan
Anna
Cataracts
Kremling's from?
was known to the Egyptians as Abu, the Egyptian word for
I didn't have a
elephant,
better punchline. I'm sorry,
since it
Anna.
was a hub for the ivory trade with these southern lands. The
I didn't
Greeks
want to
would
roast a
follow this
Trackmania player.
example and named the place Elephantine.
Okay.
From here, trade caravans would pass overland south to the Darfur region of Sudan, bringing gold, ivory, and other goods. But north of Aswan, everything was considered to be Egypt, as Herodotus records.
All the land watered by the Nile in its course.
Real quick, this guy is known as the father of lies, Herodotus. He has,
and
like-
drank the river's water were Egyptians. Such was the origin.
He exaggerates everything.
Luckily for the Egyptians, the Nile flows from the south to the north, while the prevailing winds blow in the other direction, meaning that you could use the winds to sail against the current as far as Aswan without too much effort. But the return journey would be even easier, allowing the river waters to simply carry you along. A ship heading downstream to the north from Aswan would see for some time only rocky desert, and the river bordered by cliffs of hard Nubian sandstone. This is not a land well suited to agriculture, but in ancient times these valleys were sources of natural resources, like gemstones, copper, and gold. Further north, the red cliffs fall away, and the floodplain around the river gets wider. Here, the landscape would have blushed green, and a larger population could be supported. It was in this region that the desert city of Thebes would grow up, which the Egyptians called Waset. This would one day become the most powerful city in Upper Egypt, the capital of the desert regions. The living part of an Egyptian city, its houses and markets and workshops, tended to be built on the eastern bank of the river, where the sun rises, while the western bank, where the sun set, was used only for burials and tombs.
A lot of
Sailing
pyramids face
further north,
west.
You would reach
Just
the
that
area
recent.
we call Middle Egypt, and the floodplain gets wider still.
Actually, all the pyramids
This
face
region
west.
would have been full of wildlife and vegetation. Some way to the west of the river, the waters divert and fill a large oasis known as Fayoum, which sprouts like a broad leaf from the stem of the Nile. In ancient times, this lake was home to large populations of Nile crocodile, so that the settlement on the shore would be known by the Greeks as Crocodilopolis, or Crocodile City.
Crocodilopolis.
Here, Egyptians apparently
I do
even
not know if
tamed
that city still
crocodiles
exists,
in
but
their
it should.
temples, as Herodotus recounts.
Now, for some of the Egyptians, the crocodiles are sacred animals. Those who dwelt about Thebes and about the lake of Moiris hold them to be most sacred, and each of these two peoples keep one crocodile selected, which has been trained to tameness. And they put hanging ornaments of stone and of gold into the ears of these, and anklets round the front feet.
I'm telling you,
And
this
they
guy
give them
exaggerates
food
everything. Don't believe
appointed
Herodotus.
And victims of sacrifices, and treat them as well as possible.
In other places, crocodiles were hunted for food, using ingenious but risky methods.
A man puts the back of a pig upon a hook as bait, and lets it go into the middle of the river. while he himself upon the bank of the river has a young live pig, which he beats, and the crocodile, hearing its cries, makes for the direction of the sound. And when he is drawn out to land, first of all the hunter plasters up his eyes with mud, and having done so, he very easily gets the mastery of him. But if he does not do so, he has much trouble.
Okay, floor 9. While listening to pyramids, guys, if you were just tuning in, we're listening
Also
to
living in the river with the animals that
Fall
the
of
Greeks
Civilizations
would call
Egypt. Go check it
river
out,
horses,
please.
or
Link it in chat. Go check it out.
our
Great stuff.
hippopotamus.
The river horse is sacred in districts of Papremis, but for the other Egyptians it is not sacred, and this is the appearance which he presents. He is four-footed, cloven hoofed,
This is a hippo
like an
that they're talking
ox,
about.
flat-nosed, with a mane like a horse, and showing teeth like tusks, with a tail and voice like a horse, and in size as large as the largest ox. And his hide is so exceedingly thick that when it has been dried, shafts of javelins are made of it.
The most strategically important location was what the Egyptians called the balance of the two lands. This was the place where the river split into its delta.
Dude.
As the crossroads between Upper and Lower Egypt, this was always the natural place for the capital when the empire was united. This location would give rise to the city of Memphis, and in turn to modern Cairo. And it is here that the Egyptians would build their most famous and lasting monuments.
Cairo.
Each year, the monsoon rains falling in the highlands of Ethiopia and Central Africa would swell the river, and the annual flood would arrive. This happened with such regularity around the middle of August that the Egyptians timed it using the rising of the star Sirius. In the 5th century BC, Herodotus wrote the following description of these floods.
When the Nile is in flood, it overflows in places as far as 2 days' journey from either bank. The Nile comes with a rising flood for 100 days from the summer solstice, and when this tale of days is complete, it sinks again with a diminishing stream, so that the river is low for the whole winter.
Might
till
not sound
the
significant, but
summer
it is super
solstice again.
significant in Egypt.
The
And
Egyptian
part of their
year
culture.
was divided into 3 seasons.
Based on the
the flood
flood.
season of
Yeah.
Akhet, the growing season of Peret,
During
and
the flood season, they
harvest
didn't work that
season
much.
of Shemu.
It was vacation, basically.
Once the floodwaters receded in early autumn, the land was refreshed and fertilized with rich Nile mud, and new crops could be grown. In this black mud, farmers grew emmer wheat, barley, beans, and lentils throughout the cooler winter season, and when summer came again, the grain was ready to be harvested. Egyptian life was held in this delicate balance. Each year, if the river flooded too little or too much, the results could be devastating, as one ancient Egyptian hymn to the Nile makes clear.
ارعون إيب مني طائر جرف ور شري حرنمي شبب رمت خفت خسفف قدف سوغن.
If he is greedy, the whole land suffers. Great and small fall moaning. People are changed at his coming. When he rises, then the land is in joy. Then every belly is glad. Every jaw has held laughter.
Like, there would basically be a festive season every time the Nile flooded, because it's so important to their life.
Since their
forever.
lives depended so greatly on these floods, the Egyptians developed ingenious systems for measuring them. At the cataracts of Aswan, they built a series of devices known as Nileometers. These
The
often take the form
Nileometer?
of towers with deep wells inside that allow the river to flow in, with measurements inscribed on their walls in Egyptian cubits.
Holy, I never
Each
knew
year,
this.
ancient people would anxiously check these Nileometers, to see how high the water was rising
Whoa.
that year, and whether it would be a time of famine, a time of plenty, or a time when they would need to hastily build some flood defenses.
Yeah, I mean, it makes
During
sense that
the
you would,
period
but like,
known
what?
as the pre-dynastic era,
Wait,
the
what?
two halves of Egypt were divided, and this division was cultural as well as political. The desert people of southern Upper Egypt worshipped their own god, Nekhbet, who was commonly depicted as a griffin vulture, a powerful and majestic bird. These people were likely darker skinned and had more of a cultural and linguistic connection with the southern lands of Nubia and sub-Saharan Africa, their rulers sometimes even intermarrying with the royalty of southern kingdoms. Meanwhile, the people of northern Lower Egypt paid deference to the god Wadjet, usually shown as an Egyptian cobra. They had more genetic influence from North Africa and the Mediterranean, and may have been somewhat lighter skinned. The kings of southern Upper Egypt ruled while wearing a white bulbous crown, while the kings of the north wore a red crown with a spiraling representation of a cobra emanating from it. The kingdoms that ruled over these regions were always fluid, but the geographical distinction
I'm 4 for 4 on the streak today.
Egypt always held sway. But around the year
After we checked the lines
3000
yesterday.
BC, or more than 5,000 years ago, all that
Which is really
began
good.
to change. That was because of a king of a kingdom called Thinis. His name was Narmer.
Oh, this is the hammer guy. I mean, this guy's wild. So this is one of the early rulers.
The figure of Narmer is wreathed in mystery, and what little we know about him has been pieced together from fragments of inscriptions and a few significant artifacts. Narmer was born under the personal name Menes, but chose Narmer as his Horus name,
is a
or
menace.
king name, when he came to the throne of Thinis. And this name perhaps gives us some sense of his personality. That's because
He is actually a
Narmer
menace.
means something like fighting catfish. The Nile catfish that the king clearly admired is a remarkable species. It's a predatory fish, a nocturnal hunter that can grow up to 1.2 meters long, or about the size of a dolphin, and uses a form of naturally generated electricity as a weapon.
Wait,
Using
what?
a unique organ in its body, it can generate an electric shock of up to 350 volts that stuns its prey.
Bro,
In the
isn't it-
largest catfish, this shock can be enough to stun an adult human, and the Egyptians were fascinated by this unique property.
That's a
They
Pokemon.
depicted these shock and awe predators on
Straight up
painted
a
wall
Pokemon.
murals, and even experimented with using the weak electric charges of young specimens as a treatment for arthritis. We might imagine that this King Narmer wanted to emulate some of the characteristics of these surprise hunters. But whether it was their patience lying in wait for their enemies, the tenacity of their surprise attacks, or the shock and awe with which they stunned their prey, we may never know.
What a connection by
Virtually
the
the only
storyteller, by the way.
source we have for this period is a carving known as the Narmer palette, which contains only a handful of
Beautiful.
cryptic clues. One side of this carved artifact shows King Narmer standing over a defeated enemy, gripping him by the hair in one hand
And smiting
raising a
him.
mace in the other. It's a clear sign of domination. Here, Narmer is shown wearing the white, bulbous crown of his native Upper Egypt, suggesting that he bludgeoned his rivals there into submission. On the other side, the carving shows the king leading an army, while ranks of his defeated enemies lie before him. Below this, an image of a bull is shown tearing down the walls of a fortress with its horns. On this side of the carving, Narmer is wearing the red crown of Lower Egypt. From this, we might assume that he set out on a campaign of conquest and successfully brought the two lands of Egypt together. Two mythical animals carved on one side of the Narmer palette stand with their long necks intertwined. perhaps representing the coming together of the two sides of Egypt, their lives and their fates now inextricably bound.
Okay, back up.
This was a union that would see the newly united Egypt grow to become one of the most influential societies in early human history.
No.
At first, Egyptian culture was heavily influenced by the slightly older civilizations of Mesopotamia, like the
why
Sumerians.
is this block so bad?
Egyptian palaces were often built to a Sumerian design, and they used Sumerian motifs in their art too. But by at least the year 3000 BC, Egypt had matured its own indigenous artistic culture and its own system of writing. The Greeks would later refer to these by a word which means sacred carving or hieroglyph.
Okay.
The Egyptian hieroglyphs are a mixed writing system that uses a variety of phonetic symbols, as well as a collection of symbols that represent whole words. For example, an image of a man holding up his hand to his mouth could be used to represent the common word eat, but other symbols that represented groups of consonants could be used to spell out other less common words, names, or places. Hieroglyphs emerged a little after the invention of cuneiform in Mesopotamia, and it's possible they were inspired by this older writing
It's like Twitch emotes, but back in the day.
In Mesopotamia, we can see the gradual evolution.
It's like when you say PogChamp, you see an excited mouth, that means excitement.
Symbolic roots. But in Egypt, the earliest discovered example of hieroglyphs show the symbols springing into existence already fully formed in a complex system. This suggests that they may have been developed all at once as a conscious effort, and were perhaps even devised by a single person. The Egyptian hieroglyph for ruler was the shepherd's crook, since the king was considered to be a kind of shepherd for his people. Egyptian kings would even symbolize their royalty by holding a gilded, curved crook, modeled after those used by shepherds. And these kings have come to be known as pharaohs. The word pharaoh derives from the Egyptian word per-a'a, meaning great house, and it has stuck in the popular imagination as the name used for any Egyptian ruler, partly due to its use in the Bible. But there is actually no evidence that it was used to refer to Egypt's rulers until nearly 2,000 years after Narmer's lifetime. Up until that time, throughout the first 18 dynasties of Egypt's history, its rulers were simply referred to as kings, or Neswet, and by epithets such as His Majesty. Still, the term pharaoh has gained such currency in popular usage that it's still used to refer to all the rulers of Egypt across the ages. The pharaoh in ancient Egypt was considered the living embodiment.
It's like referring to an emperor of
Horus
Rome
and
Caesar.
the son of the sun god Ra. One later hymn praises the figure of the king.
Pharaoh is the lord of wisdom, whose mother knows not his name. Pharaoh's glory is in the sky. His might is in the horizon. Pharaoh is the bull of the sky, who shatters all at will, who lives on the being of every god.
Perhaps most famously of all, the Egyptians were compelled by their religious beliefs to embalm the bodies of the dead, ritually cleansing them in preparation for the afterlife. The Greek Herodotus, who travelled widely in Egypt, wrote about the specialist embalmers who would prepare bodies in this way in exchange for a fee.
They, whenever a corpse is conveyed to them, show to those who brought it wooden models of corpses made like reality by painting, and demonstrate on these the best of the ways of embalming. The second, which they show, is less good and also less expensive, and the third is the least expensive of all.
Pyramid
told them
power,
about
guys.
this,
We're floor
they
10 again.
inquire in which way they desire the corpse of their friend to be prepared.
With the price negotiated, the embalmer could begin their work, the grisly process of which Herodotus also describes.
First, with the crooked iron tool, they draw out the brain through the nostrils, extracting it partly thus and partly by pouring in drugs.
Alright, this is
And
insane.
after this, with a sharp stone of
The hell?
Ethiopia, they make a cut along the side and
Bro,
take
this is
out
good.
the
Do we
whole
listen to this?
contents of the belly. And when they have cleared out the cavity and
Remember,
cleansed
this
it
guy
with
saturates a lot, but it's
palm
probably not
wine,
too far.
they cleanse it again with spices pounded up. Then they fill the belly with pure myrrh and with cassia and other spices, and sew it together again. Having done so, they
Thank you,
keep
Herodotus.
covered up in natron
Very
for
appreciated.
70 days. And then they wash the corpse and roll its whole body up in fine linen.
Bro, I
cut
want
into
pyramids.
bags, smearing those beneath with gum, which the Egyptians used generally instead of glue.
Mummification was expensive, and only those with wealth could afford it. Rich merchants, royal officials, and of course, the pharaoh himself. One inscription on the walls of a tomb for the pharaoh Unas gives a sense of the kinds of prayers and blessings that might have been spoken while these rituals
Unas
took
was
place.
very powerful.
This one to the sun god Amun-Ra and the moon god Thoth.
رعبي حنا جحوتي شدنتنو ونيس حنعتنو ونمف ونمتنو إيم.
Sun and Thoth, take Unas with you, that he may eat of what you eat of, that he may drink of what you drink of, that he may sit where you sit, that he may sail in what you sail in.
Uh-oh.
The booth of Unas is plaited of reeds. The flood of Unas is in the marsh of offerings.
Nope. No grip.
His
Or
feast is among you, gods. The water of Unas is wine, like the sun. Unas will circumnavigate the sky like the sun. Unas shall course the sky.
please go off the edge, bro.
خنس ونيس بت مير جحوتي.
Where are we?
Upon coming to the throne of the newly united Egypt, King Narmer
Yeah, it's
built
terrible
a new
aim.
capital, perfectly placed at the balance of the two lands, where the river met the delta. This city would become known as Inebu Hedge,
Forwards.
or the City of White Walls, but today we know it as Memphis. The kings who
Yeah, there's
followed
nothing to wait
Narmer
for.
would rule from this new capital, but they spent much of their time traveling between
If I knew, I
palaces,
could have dropped here,
and
though.
when they died, their bodies were still taken back to Narmer's home region of Thinis
Okay.
in Upper Egypt, to be mummified and buried in the city's ancestral burial ground at Abydos. That was until the reign of a king
Wait.
named Hotep Sakemwi. He ruled from about 2900 BC and started what has been called the Second Dynasty of Egypt. And he took the decision to start a new burial ground near Memphis, so that Egypt's pharaohs could be
It's gonna
buried
hit
close
this.
to their new capital.
Probably. No, it's gonna go
For the
to the
site
middle.
of this new burial ground, he chose a place on
To
the
the flat.
western bank of the river.
Okay.
The
Guys,
sun-
real quick, I will go to the bathroom and then we do another run. Okay, be right back. Alright, now if you're joining in and you're wondering what the hell are we listening to, it's something called Fall of the Pharaohs by Fall of Civilizations. A really fascinating podcast about how a civilization falls apart. And it's about Egypt. And we're just learning things. So far, the dynasty have started. They've basically settled on the Nile riverbanks on both sides and along the river. And now they're talking about how their culture started caring about preserving the dead. And so pharaohs and mummies became a thing. And that's where we're at. Keep going.
Where the sun sets.
Please
at a
go check it
vast
out.
Open place called Saqqara.
That's where the first pyramids were built, guys.
Saqqara is situated on a raised plateau that the floodwaters of the Nile do not reach. Visually, it would have been striking to ancient people as the place where the green riverlands end and the dead sand of the desert abruptly begins. For this reason, it may have been considered a crossing place between death and life, the perfect place for a necropolis or a city of the dead. For kings who wanted their tombs to be remembered, it also had the benefit of being highly visible from the new capital of Memphis. Over the coming centuries, this site would become full of tombs of kings and queens, and countless royal attendants and nobles who followed them into the afterlife. At first, these tombs were built in a form known as a mastaba, large rectangular constructions built of mud brick, and promising their inhabitants a rebirth into the next life. These could be very large, but they were still relatively unassuming. But soon, Egyptian pharaohs would get even more ambitious with their burial arrangements. This ambition truly began with the rule of a pharaoh named Netjeriket Djoser.
Djoser, cool guy. A little bit wild. This is where the Old Kingdom begins.
The reign of Djoser begins the period known as the Old Kingdom, which would last for the next 500 years. Djoser was the son of a king named Kha-Sakemwi, who had reunited Egypt after a period of turmoil, during which the northern delta rose in rebellion. With order now restored, Djoser clearly wanted to keep it that way. Rather than continuing to travel around the country as pharaohs before him had done, he moved to a permanent capital at Memphis, where he could keep a better eye on the restive northern riverlands. Over his nearly 3 decades of rule, he set about an ambitious program of construction, rebuilding temples and throwing up fortresses all along the river. But it was in the manner of his burial that he would truly leave his mark. When Djoser began the construction of his final resting place, it looked a lot like the mastaba tombs of the kings that had come before, but his royal architect soon began dreaming of a more ambitious structure. He was a visionary chancellor and engineer who held numerous official titles in the kingdom, including head of the royal shipyard, royal seal bearer, and overseer of
They know
all
this because of
sown
funeral
work.
texts.
His name was Imhotep. Imhotep's name means the one who comes in peace, and he was born in the 27th century BC. But beyond that,
Consider the genius
much
of
what
the
we know about
pyramids.
him has been distorted by myth and legend. He was something of a polymath, a priest, a statesman, a scribe, physician, and architect, and even gained fame as a magician. He also has the distinction of being perhaps the first non-royal person to be recorded in any detail by history. As the king's most trusted architect, Imhotep was put in charge of the construction of Djoser's tomb. But it would not be a regular mud brick mastaba like his predecessors. In fact, Imhotep was determined to build this tomb out of stone. This stone would need to be quarried from the bedrock nearby, roughly cut into blocks. But as this stone mastaba rose out of the desert, Imhotep seems to have had an idea. With this stronger building material, the structure could support more weight. And so there was no real reason.
And if you're gonna
stop
stack stone, how do you do it?
Once the first mastaba was built, he experimented with placing another smaller one on top of it, and then another on top of that, creating a stepped design like a wedding cake. Originally, Imhotep planned to build this construction 4 tiers high, but soon he became even more daring. By the time it was finished, Djoser's tomb stood 6 layers high. It was perhaps the world's first large-scale construction.
Getting to floor
made
6
from
at
cut
like
stone, and
4,000 or
rising to a
5,000 years
height
ago
of
is pretty impressive.
62 meters. It was likely also the tallest building on Earth.
Like, it took us a few days to get
Finally,
floor
the
6 now,
stepped
so...
pyramid of Djoser was complete. And when the king died, he
This guy
was
doing
laid
it
to rest in
back
a
then is kinda
granite
sick.
chamber beneath the great edifice, surrounded by a maze of tunnels. Djoser's pyramid was a revolutionary step in Egyptian architecture, and it would stand as a challenge to all the kings who would follow him, a challenge that they would find irresistible.
Can't have a worse burial than the previous king, right? Like, previous king has... You gotta...
The
one up the guy,
difficulties that
'cause you're more
engineers like
powerful.
Imhotep faced in building these pyramids were enormous. But their achievement becomes even more impressive when you consider that these monuments also had to be built fast. Today, Egypt is littered with the remains of half-built pyramids. These were abandoned halfway through their construction, usually because the pharaoh who commissioned them had died early. Once a pharaoh was dead, it seemed no one saw any point in continuing to build his tomb. After all, there was a new pharaoh now, and construction on his pyramid would have to begin right away. For this reason, pyramids usually had to be completed, at the very least within 30 years. Only the
Average
kings with the
lifespan.
longest and most stable reigns would ever live to see the final capstone placed. The next pharaoh after Djoser was a man named Sekhemkhet, who may have been Djoser's brother, and he would join the ranks of the unfinished. As soon as he came to the throne, he began the construction of another stepped pyramid of immense ambition, sure to dwarf his brother's achievement. But only the first layer of the pyramid was built when Sekhemkhet died, just 6 or 7 years into his reign, and the pyramid was abandoned. Another king, Kabar, also died after 6 years, before his stepped pyramid could be completed. To build each pyramid, the Egyptians would require enormous amounts of labourers, as many as 100,000 per pyramid, with about 10,000 labouring at any one time. There's a widespread misconception that these monuments were built by armies of slaves, but most historians now believe this not to be true. Slavery was an aspect of Egyptian society, as it was across the ancient world, and slaves were mostly taken from prisoners of war, and also from those who fell into debt or committed serious crimes. But slaves were
So, like, I think it's a mixture. I think the Egyptian people want to serve the king as well, but it's 4,000 years ago. Every civilization used slavery and slaves. And if they find workers and bodies of workers in good condition now, and it's like, no, they can't have been slaves. I don't know, dude. I think it's the Ministry of Antiquities trying to paint a prettier picture of their past.
mostly used
It's still impressive even with slavery, because every other civilization used slaves and they got nowhere close.
as domestic servants, or if they were unlucky,
But yeah,
toiled in
people disagree on that.
industries like mining and quarrying. These were considered an underclass and would not have been trusted with the construction of such important and sacred buildings. In fact, evidence shows that the pyramid builders were a mixture of professional artisans and labouring peasants who worked seasonally in exchange for rations. The life of an Egyptian farmer was dictated by the coming and going of the annual floods.
Seasonal labor in exchange for rations. You do this work and you get food. I mean, okay. Okay, whatever.
And there were only a few times of year when they could be meaningfully employed in the fields. For the rest
It's
of the
like,
time,
come on, just
they
say
would
the
have leased
word.
out their services to
Just say the
construction
word.
projects, the digging of canals and other public works, and the construction of pyramids. While they laboured for the king, these workers drank beer 3 times a day and ate meat regularly. They toiled in 3-month shifts and were divided into teams of 20 men. The discovery of their graffiti, hidden on the inward-facing sides of some stone blocks in the pyramids, shows that they gave themselves playful and boisterous team names, some of which have been recorded.
The Friends of Khufu.
The Vigorous Gang.
The followers of the powerful white crown of Khufu.
Those who know the pharaoh.
The Drunkards of Menkore.
It seems their supervisors fostered a sense of team pride and healthy competition, perhaps giving honours and extra beer rations for those who shifted the most blocks. Doubtless, the work was backbreaking, but over the following millennium, millions of Egyptians would take this deal. Perhaps they also felt a sense of pride at the great constructions they were taking part in, which, if all went well, they would live to see completed. These labourers were sufficiently respected that any who died during the construction were buried in tombs within the royal complex, their bodies forever a part of the monolith they had given their lives to build, an honour that would never have been given to a slave. The vast administrative effort of building these tombs over the next centuries required a fundamental restructuring of Egyptian government. In the past, most of the high positions of state had been doled out to the pharaoh's family. But with such ambitious projects to be completed, skilled people would be needed. In the decades that followed, individual functions of government, such as the master of scribes and controller of workshops, were separated out, and these roles were delegated to capable individuals who were promoted on merit. The Egyptologist Toby Wilkinson
Guys, before we continue,
summarizes the transformation.
Are you enjoying this? Is it too dank? Is it too dank with all the pyramid stuff? Is it fun to listen to? Just like cozy, you're listening to some pyramid stuff, you get some context. I just felt I didn't want to listen to music, I just wanted to like distract my brain a bit. And then I can just play the game.
In the following terms.
So yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying it.
As Egypt embarked on pyramid building, the pyramids were building Egypt.
Whoa, what a quote.
This new caste of civil servants took pride in their
Oh,
work.
wait.
One Egyptian
Poetic.
text of the 5th dynasty records the advice that a vizier named Ptah-hotep gave to his son about how to be a successful administrator.
Let not your heart be puffed up because of your knowledge. Be not confident because you are a wise man. Take counsel with the ignorant as well as the wise. Good speech is more hidden than the emerald, but it may be found
Holy
even
wisdom.
among maidservants at the grindstone.
Still, the failures of the kings that followed Djoser must have left a mark on the empire's morale. Their crumbling, half-finished pyramids stood in the desert as an image of kingship that could also be fragile and fleeting.
Quack.
With his stepped pyramid, Djoser had laid down a provocation that would have to be answered. But it wasn't until the reign of a king named Snefru that
Snefru.
someone would rise
This guy's
to the
insane.
challenge.
He built several pyramids, not just one. He wanted several. Many theories as to why.
Snefru's full name was Hor-Neb Ma'at Snefru Waj. Horus, Lord of Ma'at, has perfected me. Ma'at, in Egyptian religious belief, was the embodiment of justice and truth, sometimes portrayed as a goddess, wearing an ostrich feather on her head, who kept the stars and the seasons in their regular patterns, and maintained peace. Opposed to her in their theology was the concept of Isfet, chaos, darkness, and disorder. This was sometimes depicted as a great coiling serpent. For the most part, Snefru's name seems to have been appropriate. Under the protection of Ma'at, he reigned for as long as 48 years, a time of prosperity and stability. His accession to the throne is remembered in the later Egyptian source, the Prissa Papyrus.
The majesty of the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Huni, came to the landing place of death, and the majesty of the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Snefru, was raised up as a beneficent king in this entire land.
Quite beneficent.
During his half-century on the throne, Snefru would secure his place as Egypt's most ardent and determined pyramid builder. With the failure of the last kings to build a stepped pyramid to match Djoser's, Snefru began to wonder if he could build something even better, a pyramid that conformed to a perfect geometrical shape.
This is when they
He
stop
had a
being
vision
cakes
of a pyramid
and
with
start being
polished,
triangle.
smooth sides, unlike anything the world had seen before. His first attempt to accomplish this would be at the pyramid of Meidum. There is some debate about whether the Meidum pyramid was built by Snefru or by his predecessor Huni, but we can assume they wouldn't compete for the honour, as it stands as one of the most impressive failed pyramids in history. The Meidum pyramid was built in several stages. First, it was a stepped pyramid of similar design to Djoser's, and then this interior structure was encased in a steep shell of white limestone, creating a high and narrow point. The effect would have been beautiful. That is, until one day, as the pyramid neared completion, when the entire weight of the stone facing began to collapse in all directions.
Oh no.
We can only imagine the noise and calamity that must have accompanied this.
Oh no.
The workers leaping clear of the wreckage, the overseers watching aghast, as an avalanche of painstakingly cut stone poured off the side of the pyramid.
Disaster.
The moment this happened, Snefru ordered the construction to be halted. Workmen inside the interior chambers simply put down their tools and left. Today, the burial chamber inside the pyramid is still unfinished, with raw, uncarved walls and wooden supports still in place, which were usually removed after construction. Snefru must have been devastated, but he wasn't discouraged. Soon he tried again, with a pyramid at the site of Dashur, just to the south of the royal necropolis of Saqqara.
This one's interesting. This pyramid, the bent pyramid.
This pyramid was intended to be tall,
Or is the
and
red
its
pyramid?
sides were even steeper than the first. His workmen began to construct it
listen.
with a sharp 53-degree slope to its
Sure.
sides, and this time Snefru must have hoped that he would get the pyramid he dreamed of. But this would not turn out to be the case.
It's the bent one.
This second pyramid was built on ground that was only soft sand and shale. As the pyramid took shape and its weight climbed into the millions of tons, they found that the stone was sinking into the earth and causing cracks to appear in the structure. We can only imagine how it felt to be the architect who had to bring this bad news to the king,
Oh, yeah, no.
the son of Ra, the living embodiment
You're
of
gonna
the
get
god
smited if you do
Horus.
that.
The workmen tried everything they could, from adding new supporting blocks to the base to propping up subsiding sections with huge beams of cedar wood. But it was hopeless. It became clear that if they continued the pyramid as planned, it would likely collapse, just as the first one had. The pharaoh Snefru seems to have listened to reason. He consented to allow his workmen to hurriedly finish the pyramid, with a reduced angle of only 43
the bent one.
degrees, and a final height
So they
reduced
say
by
it's a failure.
25 meters.
Egyptology believes this.
This means that today the pyramid has a peculiar snub-nosed appearance.
Like the pyramid
that has
looks
given
bent.
it the name, the Bent Pyramid.
But
it's clear
it's
that
not
Snefru still wasn't satisfied.
fully
He now
confirmed they
ordered
failed.
the construction of a final pyramid, 1 kilometer to the north, combining everything his craftsmen had learned from the first two. This one was now built with a 43-degree incline from the beginning, more evenly distributing the weight on the earth. And finally, Snefru got the pyramid he desired. This was the first structure that truly took the iconic shape of an Egyptian pyramid.
The third one looks like a
would be
regular
used
pyramid.
as a model for
Red
those
pyramid.
that would be built in years to come. It was 105 meters high, nearly twice the height of Djoser's pyramid, and the world's new tallest building. And its geometrical perfection was undeniable. When Snefru died, he was buried in this pyramid according to his wishes, and his son took the throne. He would be the greatest pyramid builder of all.
It's so fascinating
His
because
name was Khufu.
Snefru builds all these pyramids, and then the next guy, Khufu, is the guy who built the greatest pyramid ever.
As a boy, Khufu must have seen his father Snefru obsessed with the construction of his 3 pyramids. We can imagine the young prince listening in on his father's conversations with his architects, the tension and anger as the first 2 pyramids failed, and then the final triumph of the Red Pyramid. And perhaps as a boy, he dreamed of one day building such a monument for himself. We know very little about Khufu, or what his reign was like, but it's clear that he was inspired by one thing: size. And above all, the desire to build the largest pyramid that would ever stand. Learning from his father's mistakes on the Bent Pyramid, and likely inheriting some of his architects, Khufu elected to build his tomb some 15 kilometers to the northwest of Saqqara, on a shelf of strong limestone just outside Memphis,
Giza,
at a place called Giza.
Think about
when
that
construction began on
place.
the
They had to do
Great
so
Pyramid,
much land
there
work.
must have been some uncertainty about whether it would even be possible. It was built using an estimated 2.3 million large stone blocks,
In 30
weighing
years.
a total of 6 million tons. And when its first layer was completed, it was the size of more than 10 football pitches. Its builders used predominantly local limestone, quarried from nearby on the Giza Plateau, to build the pyramid's interior structure, and these were bound together with lime mortar, packed with straw and charcoal. Luckily, these organic remains in the pyramid mortar can be carbon dated, allowing archaeologists to date the pyramids with scientific certainty to this period.
It's not the only
But
proof,
while
but
rough
one of them.
stone would do for the main body, the king's burial chamber
Oh,
at its heart
203?
was made of blocks of hard granite brought from Aswan, since it needed to resist the crushing weight of millions of tons of stone above it. The fine limestone blocks of its outer shell were quarried at a place called Tura, on the other side of the river. The stone from these quarries was of exceptional quality, a pale white in colour, almost like marble. For this reason, it was highly prized for use on the interiors of tombs, and the perfect casing for a pyramid. This limestone was cut out of underground tunnels in these quarries and dragged down to the banks of the Nile, where it was loaded onto barges to be carried downstream. In order to ease the transportation of these stones, the Egyptians dug a series of canals and artificial harbours that came right up to the base of the pyramids, one of which was known as Shey Khufu, or the Pool of Khufu. One papyrus has been uncovered,
This is so fascinating.
the oldest ever found.
This one.
That is the work journal of an overseer named Merer. In it, he records the process of this perhaps less than exhilarating task.
Day 25. Inspector Merer
This is
spends
real.
the day hauling stones in Tora South. Spends the night at Tora. Day 26. Inspector Merer casts off from Tora loaded with stone. Spends the night at the pool of Khufu. Day 27. Sets sail loaded with stone. Spends the night at the pyramid. Day 28. Casts off from the pyramid in the morning. Sails upriver to Tora South. Day 29. Inspector Merer spends the day hauling stones in Tora South.
It was
Spends
found
the
in
night at Tora.
a shipwreck.
Day
This scroll,
30.
this papyrus scroll.
Inspector Merer spends the day hauling stones in Tora South. Spends the night at Tora.
Several thousand years old.
Remarkably, the pyramid was oriented perfectly to true north, with one of its faces at each point of the compass, suggesting that the Egyptians must have used measurements of the stars in order to align it, the only method by which they could have achieved such accuracy.
Which is true.
And with the kingdom's now exceptional organization, it's been estimated that it took only about 23 years to build.
Oh, that's fast now,
with
30.
the final stones
30.
being placed around 2560 BC.
Yeah, 4,500
Upon
years
its
ago.
completion, the Great Pyramid of Giza would stand 147 meters high, or nearly 40 stories. It was the tallest man-made structure in the world, and would remain so for nearly 4,000 years.
Yep.
The building that eventually surpassed it, the wooden spire of Lincoln Cathedral in England, completed in 1311, would stand for little more than 2 centuries before it collapsed.
So
in
for
a
its
storm.
time, it's just an insane accomplishment.
Today, Khufu has cemented his name into history with the construction of these monuments. But other than his ambitious pyramid, little else is known about him. The only representation of him ever found is a single statuette carved from ivory. And, ironically for a man so obsessed with grand scale, this statue is only 7 centimeters, or less than 3
It's like a
inches
toy.
tall.
It's like a... just like a doll, basically.
When Khufu
that they found.
died around 2525 BC, his son Jedefre would take the throne, but his reign was short, and when he died, another of Khufu's sons became pharaoh. His name was Khafre. The pharaoh Khafre would follow in his father's and grandfather's
This guy's a genius.
footsteps and build a
some way.
grand pyramid of his own. He would place it right beside his father's, but for some reason he declined to build it any higher. It could be that his builders, perhaps tiring of this mania for ever bigger and better pyramids, simply told him that it wouldn't be
Let me
possible
explain.
to build any
This
bigger.
guy did not...
It may be that Khafre worried that it would have appeared unseemly to one-up his dead father.
No, 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 no. No, no, no. Let me show you what we're literally seeing in this video, and you should totally watch it. The pyramid you see in front here is Khafre's pyramid. This one is smaller than the one behind it. He wanted to exceed his dad, but it's more work to build a bigger pyramid. So what he decided to do was build it on a higher starting point. Like, the pyramid construction itself is smaller, but he starts like 10 meters higher up. So it looks taller to the eye when you're on the ground and seeing it from afar. He totally wanted to one-up his dad. No, no, no. Alright, anyways.
Quite
Floor 11.
of this mania forever, and build a grand pyramid of his own. He would place it right beside his father's.
He totally wanted
but
to.
for some reason he declined to build it any higher. It could be that his builders, perhaps tiring of this mania for ever bigger and better pyramids, simply told him that it wouldn't be possible to build any bigger. It may be that Khafre worried that it would have appeared unseemly to one-up his dead father quite so
They did not care like that.
Perhaps for this reason, Khafre's pyramid would be a deferential, 3.5 meters shorter than his father's.
Which is a lot of stone.
Although he was sure to place it on a slightly higher shelf of
there
limestone, meaning that from many angles it appears taller.
There it is, okay. It's mentioned.
Coupled with slightly steeper angled sides, this meant Khafre was also able to build his pyramid with perhaps 350,000 fewer stone blocks, a saving that his teams of...
Wait, how many?
This meant Khafre was also able to build his pyramid with perhaps 350,000 fewer stone blocks.
It's 3 meters.
A saving that his teams of laborers and stonemasons,
you have to do that in the bottom,
no
right?
doubt,
So it's the bottom like layers,
Today,
350k
the pyramid
stones.
of Khafre is the only pyramid at Giza to retain any of its original casing stones of smooth white Tura limestone, which still cling to the top third of the structure. Perhaps since its steeper sides made it more difficult for stone thieves to extract the very top of its masonry. This allows us to picture how these monuments would have looked in their golden age. The smooth white sides that must have gleamed blindingly in the desert sun, and at night shone in the light of the moon. These pyramids were also likely capped with a stone known as a pyramidion.
Not of gold.
Usually carved of diorite or granite.
Thank you.
Carved with hieroglyphs. Some examples of these pyramidions
Later,
have been
Kingdom
found
gold.
with distinctive grooves that suggest that they were encased in a decorative metal, either copper or shining electrum, an alloy of gold and silver. Since the pyramidions for the Giza pyramids have never been found, it's unknown whether their tops were encased in metal. But if they were, it would have made them an even more impressive sight, a gleaming pinnacle reaching up to the heavens.
Oh, bless.
Within only 100 years or so of the construction of Djoser's first stepped pyramid, all of Egypt's largest pyramids had already been built, all by only 3 generations of the same family. But almost from the moment the final capstone was placed on Khafre's massive monument, enthusiasm for enormous pyramids began.
Presumably because they got robbed. These pyramids got robbed. Oh?
The pharaoh Menkaure, the son of Khafre and grandson of Khufu, also built his pyramid at Giza around 2510 BC, but his would be significantly smaller. It's not even 1/10 the size of the Great Pyramid, and only 2/3 the size of even Djoser's stepped pyramid. One explanation for this was that Menkaure didn't expect to live long enough to build such a grand construction as his predecessors. Herodotus records one piece of tradition
Father of
about
lies.
Pharaoh Menkaure, which recounts how an oracle told him that his reign would be short. As a result, he determined to make the best of the time he had, and perhaps this left him little time for pyramid building.
The king deemed this unjust and sent back to the oracle a message of reproach, blaming the god. Why must he die so soon, whereas his father and his uncle had lived long? He caused many lamps to be made and would light these at nightfall and drink and make merry. By day or night he never ceased from reveling, roaming to the marsh country and the groves, and whenever he heard of the likeliest places of pleasure.
Okay, I'm not feeling that anymore.
Whether there's any truth to this or not, it's clear Menkaure had different priorities to Khufu and Khafre, and his more modest pyramid seems to have broken the spell of his family's one-upmanship.
Herodotus
For the
lived
next
2,000 years after the
pharaohs
pyramids were
would
built, by the
continue to
way.
build pyramid
His accounts
tombs,
are complete
but they would
bogus.
be mostly at a much reduced scale, and they would cut bigger and bigger
Or they're
corners
based on
in
what
their
he hears from
construction.
others who also lived 2,000 years later.
Instead of a
It's
solid
not, yeah.
limestone structure, these later monuments would often be a simple limestone shell, encasing a core of mud brick, or simply earth and sand. For this reason, little remains of these later pyramids, other than melancholy heaps.
It's like saying you
alone
accurately
in the
know what
desert.
happened to like Jesus and Moses and
Slowly,
stuff
the
now.
practice would begin to die out altogether.
It's the same distance of time.
The reason Egyptians stopped building pyramids was partly due to changes in religious attitudes towards burial, but it also seems to have stemmed from concern over tomb robbers. After all, a pyramid was essentially an enormous sign, announcing to the world that the richest man in Egypt was buried there. From the earliest days, people were drawn to the tombs of long-dead kings to attempt to steal their treasures. One tomb inscription of a royal architect named Ineni gives us a clue about these changing priorities. He writes that he constructed his king's tomb not in an ostentatious declaration of power, but in total secrecy.
I supervised the excavation of the cliff tomb of His Majesty alone. No one seeing, no one hearing.
Even with these secret tombs, grave robbers were still a constant concern. One pharaoh of the later New Kingdom would order an inspection of his predecessors' tombs, and his inspectors brought back troubling news.
The tomb of the king. It was found that the evildoers have damaged it by forcing an opening into the main chamber of his tomb, through the passage wall of the sanctuary of Nebamen, superintendent of the grain stores of the king. In the funerary place, the body of the king had been removed, and the tomb of his royal spouse, the royal lady of Nupshas, was empty. The robbers had laid violent hands on them.
It wasn't just the precious treasures inside that were stolen. As the overseer Merer had found, cutting the limestone blocks from the quarries of Tura was one of the most time-consuming parts of construction. For this reason, pharaohs who felt more pressed for time sometimes despoiled previous pyramids of their cut stone in order to speed along their own monuments.
Oh, you don't need that much speed, actually.
One Middle Kingdom text, known as the Instruction of Merikare, advises kings against this shameful practice.
Do not despoil the monument of another, but quarry stone in Tura. Do not build your tomb out of ruins, using what has been made for what is to be made.
In place of constructing their own pyramids at Saqqara or Giza, the later pharaohs would be buried at a place near Thebes that the Egyptians called the great and majestic necropolis of the millions of years of the pharaoh, or sometimes the Great Field. But today, it is known as the Valley of the Kings.
That was a floor zero speed run.
A natural rock formation
known
as
bit too fast.
or the Horn
Good run,
rises above a series of dramatic red cliffs. When viewed from the entrance to the tombs here, this pointed peak somewhat resembles a natural pyramid.
I feel like I've untilted now, yes.
It's possible that this convenient landfall may have relieved some of the pressure on Egypt's pharaohs and allowed them an equally prestigious place to be buried, while freeing up an untold amount of energy and manpower in the kingdom. Egypt's manual laborers could perhaps breathe a sigh of relief. Slowly, the age of the pyramids came.
So yeah, what they realized is like, let's stop burying pharaohs in these huge things that they get robbed anyways, and just make a secret like burial valley.
Still, that was a long time in
and bury all the kings here.
And throughout the 4th and 5th dynasties of Egypt, royal monument construction continued confidently. But in the 6th dynasty, around the 23rd century BC, construction began to decline. Part of the reason for this was an increasing decentralization of the empire and a gradual weakening of the power of the king. The final pharaoh of the Old Kingdom was named Pepi II. He came to the throne at the age of 6 and ruled for more than 60 years. Pepi was an excitable and enthusiastic child, as we can see from one tomb inscription by one of his officials named Harkuf. Harkuf had a long and illustrious career. He served as the mayor of one of Egypt's southern provinces in the region of the Nile Cataract of Aswan, the narrow gate to the south. The highlight of his life was the 4 journeys of exploration he undertook on behalf of his pharaoh, following the Nile down into the heart of Central Africa, into what the Egyptians called the Horizon Lands. He wrote a full account of one of these expeditions on the walls of his tomb.
I accomplished it in 7 months. I brought back from there all sorts of beautiful, exotic produce and was praised for it very greatly. I came back with 300 donkeys laden with incense, ebony, precious oil, grain, leopard skins, and elephant tusks.
300 donkeys?
Pharaoh Pepi was so delighted with Harkuf's trip that he wrote a letter directly to him. The letter was likely written on fragile papyrus and has not survived. But luckily, Harkuf was so proud of this sign of royal favour that he had the letter copied out word for word on the wall of his tomb, his proudest moment etched into stone for eternity.
Get a letter from the king, you put that on your
voice of
tombstone.
This excitable young king.
You know how to do what your lord loves and favors. You wake and you sleep planning to do what your lord loves, favors, and commands. Unique friend Harkuf.
Pepi was especially excited by a small man that Harkuf had come across in East Africa and had brought back with him. Perhaps either a man with dwarfism or a member of the so-called pygmy tribes of Central Africa.
You have further said in this message that you have brought a dwarf of the god's dances from the land of the horizon dwellers. Come downstream to the residence at once. Hurry and bring with you this dwarf that you have brought, alive, prosperous and healthy, for the king. When he goes down with you into the boat, have excellent people around him on deck, lest he fall in the water. My majesty wishes to see this particular dwarf more than the produce of the lands.
However, as a pharaoh, Pepi was relatively ineffectual. During his childhood, his mother and grand viziers seem to have done much of the ruling, and as an adult he continued a relatively hands-off approach to the kingdom. For much of its history, Egypt had been governed by regional administrators known as nomarchs, who were appointed by the pharaoh to rule over their regions on his behalf. Pepi's long reign saw an increasing amount of power passing to these regional governors. Gradually, their positions became hereditary rather than appointed, so that single families began to amass large amounts of power, and their tombs became larger and more elaborate with every passing year. These nomarchs were soon beginning to look a lot like feudal lords, or even petty kings, and even began fighting amongst themselves. Meanwhile, the once boy king Pepi was now entering his 70s, frail and increasingly detached from the business of ruling.
Back then, living to 70.
This might not have been a death blow for the kingdom, but it was around this time that a record drought descended over Egypt and the entire eastern Mediterranean, starting around the year 2200 BC. This climate shift we have encountered before. It is known as the 4.2 kiloyear event and has been implicated in the collapse of the Akkadian Empire in Mesopotamia and perhaps even the Indus Valley civilization in India and Pakistan. In Egypt, the result of this event was a series of years in which the Nile floods were much reduced and agriculture came under immense pressure. The drought was so severe and long-lasting that the verdant lake at Fayoum, that once stood 65 meters deep, completely dried up over the next 50 years, and crop yields would have plummeted. The long reign of a pharaoh was usually good news for the kingdom. It tended to generate a period of stability and often prosperity. But when a king's rule went on too long, it had the tendency to create what we might call the old king problem. The long reign of the pharaoh Pepi, along with his multiple wives, meant that he
What?
had countless children, many of them now old men themselves, with children and grandchildren of their own. And they were all impatient to see this old king pass on, so that they would get their chance to rule. When Pepi finally died around 2175 BC, what followed was a succession crisis.
Did I say that right, that the game is black screened or no?
The chaos serpent of
has the game
now wound its way around all
chat.
the lands of Egypt.
Has it been horrible? No? Okay, I've been in the wrong scene. Okay. Alright.
In the 2 decades that followed, the kingdom would see no fewer than 17 pharaohs come and go. Some perhaps dying of old age, and others no doubt killed by their rivals.
I was drinking water.
The only one of these kings
driving
to
camera
survive more than a year on the throne was a man
in a
named
part I drive
Ibi,
camera 3 and I couldn't
who
see.
even somewhat optimistically tried his hand at building a pyramid at the royal burial ground of Saqqara. But this monument was a testament to the now much reduced.
This has been 1.5 hours pyramids. Guys, we're gonna go back to music now. Because now this is starting to become too dank. We're not even halfway in this episode. But please link it in chat. The Fall of Civilizations Egypt. We're at timestamp 1 hour 26. Go listen to the rest. Go listen to the rest if you're interested. It's really, really cool to learn about these old civilizations. Egypt is a fascinating one. Listen to music and let's play. I can also put it on car sound again. For yes. Alright. Oh. Wow. Yeah, go check out Fall Civilizations. I'm not sure if he's generally okay with us listening, but if you guys liked it and you're becoming a fan of his channel, he has like downfall of the Vikings, downfall of the Incas and everything. It's all super fascinating. Then it was for the better. I can vouch. For his channel. Yes, car. Oh, I hate when it slides on plastic like this. Like, you hold brake on plastic, but if it's not straight with the angle of movement, then you just get no brakes. What? Happened twice that run. Okay. Feels good to get to 11 though, especially after being so tilted earlier. If you guys don't know, I've chat off and I've had it off since like 1 PM, about 2 hours. Because earlier I got extremely tilted. But I feel a lot better. I felt like I was playing better now too. Like the moment I'm able to let go of all that and just drive, I usually play better. Good. I started making a mistake here where I go too fast. Don't get 100% icy tires. And then because of that, this ice slide doesn't work. We've actually gotten so smooth up the map that we're too fast right now in some spots. Oh. Good. No harm done, just annoying wheel clip. I can't go for that. That jump would fail. This one's gonna work. Oh. This is a smart thing here. Okay. Instead of risking to climb that, get backwards, get plastic bounced off the map. Just take the guarantee. I'm curious how long this beeping thing is going to keep happening. So much beeping. The people who work with that truck, beep beep beep. My god. Yeah, we're back here. This was a very stupid fall. I was drinking water and I didn't see I was doing fully. It's not a hard jump. Going back here. No, 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 no. No, can I have line somewhere? Oh, I hit snow. It's really not okay. Did I fail that jump? That's happened 3 times today. That's half an hour. It's not good. Yeah, one sec. Okay, let's keep going. trolling a bit. Good. That's gonna, okay, make it, just barely. Oh. Good. Okay. Yeah. Good. Alright, we're getting back there. Sucks to lose like 8 minutes on floor 5 just by failing there, because it's not a failable floor really. If you're careful. But we're getting back there. Oh dear, bro. Oh. What's that gear? What is that gear? I don't think I want to play much more now. Yeah, I don't want to play more now. I want to do one proper run, but I don't think I want to play much more now. Not after that. Yeah, I don't think I want to continue after that. I'm just gonna tilt again. I know it. Already know it. But guys, I'm actually pretty happy with today. Holy shit, was I tilted this morning? By all the backseaters and all the people basically going to the wrong stream. But now I feel good. Feel pretty good. A lot better. I think people got nicer. I think I was able to lock in more by just, yeah, zoning out the noise. And I know most people appreciate what we do. The grind. It's 120 hours in 13 days. I'm pretty exhausted, but I'm very happy with how far I've gotten so far. And the results. And we can definitely get further. Still. But tomorrow I am not streaming because it's the 17th of May. It's Norway's National Day, so I'm taking one day off to celebrate that. And then I will be back on the 18th. I might not stream tonight either because people are coming over and we start drinking at 8 a.m. People are coming over tonight to sleep over. And then, yeah. We begin the party at 8 a.m. I probably missed a lot of alerts. I probably missed a lot of stuff. I'm, yeah, gonna see if I can catch up a little bit on that and then raid someone. But we got to the floor 11 jump, which is good, and we fixed the consistency on floor 8, which is good. Floor 5 was pretty bad today. Floor 9 was pretty bad today. Lots of falls on 9 actually. And 9 was bad. 10, I had one bad fail, but I know what I'm going to do different. Slight left angle. 11 was honestly good, but a little bit too fast. Yeah. Pretty good overall. Pretty good overall. No evening stream? Yeah, I might not. If I do it, it'll be like a pretty late, just 2-hour gaming session or something. But no mic and stuff, because I'll have guests. Like, Janik is coming over, my brother is coming over. And then, yeah. I'll probably post some pictures and stuff tomorrow on Insta. But yeah. Thank you guys for watching. Let's see who's on. Can of course watch Bren. He's playing. Support Bren. But I'll raid a smaller streamer. And then you guys feel free to say hi to them, make their day. Let's actually raid Janek before he flies over. Alright guys, take care. YouTube chat, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Skunk, thank you for the $20. It's $2,000 for PB. I wish I could meet that expectation, but it'll have to be the 18th. Bye-bye for now, guys.
Holy virtual! Why is it not saying anything in the alert box? I have follower mode only on. I'm so sorry. It's because there's so many people. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of people. Jesus. I had follower only mode on because so many people come in my chat and ask about like a bunch of different stuff. And also, super interesting. I'm trying to like start the engine of my mind. We were talking about whether or not I'm able to quantum tunnel if I really think about it. Give you ads? No. Not happening. That's a huge raid. Thank you. Can we turn off follower only mode? Can a mod do that so everybody can write in chat so they don't have to follow? The way it works right now is that if you just follow, you can immediately write in chat. There's no like 10-minute cooldown, but I don't want people to feel left out. Thank you though. Thank you, Virtual. Hope you enjoyed your stream. I will see you later. If you guys don't know, I will be going